Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. It is Wednesday, and you know what time that is, man. It's time for some extra sauce. And boy, do we have a jam-packed show for you all tonight. Worked hard on it again, man. And some very we got some news. We got some breaking news for the Bears, too, man. Some stuff we talked about yesterday during the special live stream that we did for trade deadline. Some stuff that I said on the show yesterday and also said it on Ked's show while I was there. So that's coming soon as we get into it, but you guys be patient because we got a lot of content to get to, man. We got food and drink. We got some paranormal stuff at the end. We got some doomsday prepper stuff going on, man. We got a bunch going on as we always do for the show. Welcome in, you guys. Kids will give you guys you know what, kids, if you want to shuffle us around, man, that probably would make me feel, there we go. So when I do go and give this bounce pass to Canada, it feels more like normal. Go ahead.
Yeah, Minister Charles. It is Wednesday. Welcome to Extra Sauce. Thanks for joining us, all y'all out there. Big ups to all you no maniacs and super no maniacs and not so no maniacs who jumped into the chat early. Started with the good Minister Charles Johnson and Crimson. Shout out to both y'all for joining up. Cloud Chasers Radio's with us one time. So is Tim Basemore. Shout out. And my man Squeegee's with us. So's Nick Breck. Shout out to all you guys. Thanks for coming through. And hopefully you enjoy the topics at hand. For the most part, we're going to get into all the stuff that this guy just talked about. A little bit of Bears chat. We'll talk a little bit of, now that we've been able to digest the lackluster foray that was the NFL trade deadline. We'll chop it up on that a little bit, I'm sure, as well as many other things. Outer space, food. You know what we do on a Wednesday, right? We go all across the board. And big ups to Joseph Archer who just jumped in, and shout out to to good old Quatu and Beldar Conehead and all the all y'all aliens. You know what I'm saying? So, what's up, Trip? What's going on? You birthdayed up yesterday. I see you getting so sick. Hopefully, the other Canadians out there, that's the Crown Royal. Hopefully, that Canadian treated you very well.
Man, why you bullshitting? I just happened to look at that CR bottle, and I saw Toronto, Ontario, and the other one. I'm not good at the geometry.
Did you see the bottom of that damn thing yet?
Oh, it's got a corner in there. But it was another Canadian country city, but I'm not good at geometry, so I'm not sure which one. I want to see what size it was because it wasn't a fifth, but it was 375 ml.
Okay, now you real Canadian. Now you get into the milliliters. Now that's as Canadian as it comes.
So it's like, that's some very smooth sipping, going down nice. Every now and then they got some nice flavors, summertime like the apple or the peach. Yeah, so it was nice. And then had a nice dinner with some of the fam, the brother and his wife and her sister and fam, went out, had a nice Italian dinner.
Oh.
We got to go with those standby, the veal parmesan and the fettuccine Alfredo. It was delicious.
Nothing wrong with that.
But yeah, it was another birthday in the family as well. So it was a nice day, and big up to everybody who subbed and commented there at Sports Chicago Style or at RRSCS, as you can follow, about our live draft day extravaganza, if you will. Shout out to the bishop. I use the adjective anticlimactic. Anticlimactic is exactly what that deadline seemed to be to me. And I don't mean just for the Bears, I mean, but the entire league. But I'm sure we'll get into that. So big up to everybody. Welcome to Settle In. As you know, we'll be here for a few hours. So grab some snacks and yeah, let's hang. Let's put some extra sauce on it.
All right, man. So, hey, Joseph Archer asked me a question. He says, "Nomad, do you know if we have enough help at DT?" That's obvious. They feel good about it. Obviously, Joseph Archer. I feel good about some of the guys. They got Chris Williams. They got what's his name? Big boy they got off of Green Bay's practice squad. I forget his name all the time.
Jonathan Ford.
Jonathan Ford. Thank you. I think we have sustainability. It's gonna hurt not having Shamar to mix into that rotation. But I think at some point, if somebody ails at this point, something happens for you never know. There could be a move. I feel okay if they feel okay. They didn't feel like it was a necessity to go out there and go grab another D tackle, and they didn't. And so, if they feel good about it, I feel good about the players they have. And I'm not just trying to agree with what the coaches did or didn't do. I feel pretty good about the players myself, just to be honest with you. But again, man, this is my favorite show of the week because it's always stretching the boundaries a little bit, man. It's always fun to do that kind of stuff. If you like different kinds of content, man, this is definitely a good show to do, man. But you know what, fellas? Before we get into it, man, let's be human for a minute and let's tell people how we've been, man. How's everybody's health doing? How's the family doing? All that stuff. Trips, hopefully you recovered pretty well.
No, I'm sure. Yeah, I'll go since I'm good. That's why I kind of like that CR because there's no lingering effects as long as you stay hydrated with it.
Depends how much you have, but you keep going.
Keyword hydration.
Well, yeah, but I still try not to overdo it, in my old age, if you will. I ain't trying to, just kill the bottle just like that.
Well, that 350 ain't too big, man. You can, what I mean? You can do some damage on a 350 if we're going up.
Well, but it was 375 though.
Same thing, like to me, same. The 320.
Well, no, that's more. See,
it's a little bit more.
More than 350. I know that much about math.
It's a little bit more. Like
it's more about
here. We talking 750. We're trying to we doubling that. That's what we. Full liter now. Now we really go. Yo, you know what they have one?
That's why you ain't got no liver, no kidney no more. You do something like that.
They have one with a with a handle. You just.
With the jug and
jug. Man. Ooh, there's been some nice.
So is that where the XXX those kind of
kids might get pissed off, man? He might get pissed off. We'll see.
Man might get mad, man. Might get mad.
See, if I was drinking the CR, I'd get pissed off in Jamaica, and it would be an awesome, whole completely different show.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was a good time. Got to hang out and celebrate the anniversary of the birth, and that's always a good thing, because I do realize now I got more, behind me than I got in front of me, as
don't ever say that again, Trip. Don't ever say that.
Well, come on, I'm
don't claim that. Don't claim that shit.
Well, I don't know unless there's some augmentation with some robotics and some AI
could be
parts and such.
Could be.
Yeah, because I think I'm good with natural progression of the body. But yeah, I mean, it's just something that you got to be comfortable with, because our demise is going to happen eventually, like it or not, long or short. You plan for long and hope it is long and not short, but shit happens. But I'm happy, I'm good, and as looking as like, what have I learned in life? What can I share in life?
What up, Barry?
And it's like you reflect on things like that, and it's like, is what it is. So it's all good, and happy birthday to everybody else out there, all the fellow Scorpios with y'all freaky ass selves. I already know. But yeah, kids, go ahead, handle it.
It was a pretty regular week for this guy. Regular stuff. Super regular. All I can say as far as business is concerned, I just crushed a massive deal. So shout out to me. So that's more or less where I am. Business is starting to boom. I'm appreciating and enjoying the fruits of those labors as they filter in. So that's
So wait, so since that's your local beverage, you can get it for like little next to nothing then, huh?
they don't ain't nothing cheap in Canada, my brother.
Oh,
I just let you know.
elbows
It-
out, elbows out.
even if it is from around the corner, it ain't cheap. All I can tell you though is it used to be, and it was plentiful. You know what I'm saying? Like that, that much I can't say. Both we got two real nice whiskeys here. There's
Well,
a CR.
Canadian Mist I never could get with.
Not no, okay. Well, then there's three. I don't mess with Canadian Mist, but there's Canadian Club. Canadian Club is, in my opinion, it's a bit of a step above CR. I haven't drank CR since I had it in that jug. That was one hell of a night. I haven't really had CR since.
I got a 70. No, it's about 60-something-year-old bottle of Canadian Club down there.
It's good stuff, man. It's good. It's great.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's good stuff. I like it. Right, but
that's old man drink around here.
Really? Well, yeah. So I guess I got into old man drink when I was a young man, and it has everything to do with the fact that, you know, as a teenager, basically, we were basically just stealing liquor from our parents, and they're just facts. Sorry.
So what you could get,
you know what I mean? So you get what you get, and that's what you're drinking. And usually, it was for me and my cousin. It's Ray and Nephew's rum, which is Jamaican overproof rum. You might as well be drinking like rubbing alcohol or absinthe. You know what I mean? Like it is that raw. Like it's like shine. Like it's terrible, but it's the only thing we could get our hands on. So we drink it, and it would generally not turn out to be a great night. So, you know, when you kick it with some of the folks from high school and stuff, and then you go to their parents' place and you coax those guys into stealing from their parents, then you get into good stuff, man. You get the CR, and you get the CC, and you know, you figure things out that way. Because again, here we don't. So beer's a little bit earlier for Canadians. We get beer. Beer you can drink, you can buy it legally here at 19. To make matters even better, you can get beer at 18 if you go to Quebec. And where I'm at is about a half hour away from Quebec. So once a year, on Canada Day, everybody goes downtown, and it's literally you can walk from Parliament to Quebec, go grab yourself a case of brew, show them your ID at 18, and it's legal AF. Bring it back to Ontario, and you're drinking until the police find you and check your ID again and realize that you're underage in the province.
Trips, you hear that shit? These motherfuckers got a parliament,
bruh. Yeah, just like y'all got a Pentagon, we got a parliament, bro. That's what it is. No Pentagons around here. But
I feel that, Anthony.
What we do have is brew at 18. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That's what we got, and it's powerful brew. So yeah, man. Canadians drink, man. We drink heavily for the first. I'm gonna say, you know, from the ages of 16 to 25, and then we're like, oh, what have we done to ourselves? And you kind of have to take a bit of a reprieve, unless you are Ricky Leahy. Shout out to Ricky Leahy in the chat, who will show up sooner or later or watch this show on replay and go, damn, yeah, I'm still drinking, because like that also happens.
You want to hear a funny? You want to hear a funny drinking story?
Go.
You ever heard of the card game Bid Whist over there in Canada, kids?
Say it again.
It's called Bid Whist. It's a card game. Bid
No.
Whist.
Never heard of it.
So we call it Bid Whiz over here in Chicago area, man. It's a lot of adult. It's an adult card game. I don't see young people playing. It's very, very adult. And so when I was a little boy, I'm staying with my grandparents. My granddad he's always, you know, every other night he's got his homeboys over and they drinking beer and whatever. And he said, now I'm little. I can remember. I'm like 2 years old, man. I have a photographic memory and can remember certain things. I'm standing there constantly. Every time he puts this beer up, I want to drink it, because whatever he's eating or drinking, just like any other little kid, you want to eat and drink it. And so he's just like, get out of here, man. You can't have this. And I can remember the other men in there laughing. And one day they're just like, I can remember there's like, hey, Tommy, give him some. Go ahead and let him try it. Let the little motherfucker try it. He think he want to drink it, let him try it. And this motherfucker gives me, and I found out later it's a malt liquor. He lets me take a chug. I take a big chug because I'm greedy as shit. I'm gonna take, you're gonna give me some, I'm gonna drink some. Big old chug of it. And he said, man, he saw the look on my face. He said, I just took off running into the other room and just laid down.
He was done. That sounds like the plot to Menace to Society.
Hey, funny, it looked like Menace to Society in that scene. That's exactly what it looked like. But hey, Trips, funny thing about it, I went through all my junior high school days being this star athlete and shit. Everybody's doing all the drinking and drugging and all that kind of stuff. I never took a sip of the shit. Not one fucking beer. I swore off beer forever. I never drink none of that shit. Get my ass to college, boy, and the whole world just changed. Because beer.
What was it? You bring your own cup for college nights and kept refilling it for a dime.
Dog, you a fucking athlete, and you at a football town, man. You walk anywhere, just go in there, you getting everything free. And beer was usually on tap at all times for you. So I got used to it, man. So now that made me into a beer person. I swore off beer all my entire life. Kept me good through high school. I never did none of that stuff. And then I got to college and it just changed everything, man. But I couldn't stand the smell of it just because of that.
Yeah, I mean, beer is good if it's cold. If it's warm or hot, I can't mess with it.
You're real, like you're a special type of gentleman if you drink it warm. Like my father-in-law. When I met my father-in-law, he was drinking Guinness, and he was like, "Oh, hey, you want a Guinness?" And where I'm from, we drink Guinness, but we drink it cold. It's a hot country, you know what I mean? We ain't trying to drink anything hot, unless it's like tea, coffee. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, has to be a Guinness. I'm like, man, what the hell's wrong with you, man? It's a hot summer day. I got a warm ass Guinness. This is thick. This is a terrible choice.
They say a warm beer hits quicker.
Well, it does, and he's living proof of this. Like my man, I'm just saying, my man sort of went from that warm Guinness that one time to I'm just gonna drink it warm. Because after he gave it to me, I downed it, and I was like, man. He was like, hey, you want another one? I was like, you know what, bro? No, I don't want no warm ass Guinness. That's crazy. And like moving forward, he don't put his brew in the fridge at all. He just drinks it right out of the case, warm as all get out. And guaranteed, nobody wants to share with the man. You know what I'm saying? He ain't sharing with nobody, and he's getting sauced. And that's just how it is. That's that shout out to my father-in-law, man.
Shout out to Vomit Pig. Are you an indica or a sativa type?
Ooh, who, me?
No, Vanilla Pig there in the chat is drinking makes them vomit. You know, some people, whether it be because of taste or because of physically, their body can't process it or handle it, or they don't cotton to it. But, they're more smokers, nowadays than drinkers. And for those that don't know, there are different types of smoke. Whether it be your indicas, which are mostly put you couch lock or make you go to sleep, and others more your sativas, more your uppers, let's say. But they have their own effects if you have issues like Crohn's disease or other ailments. Those THC can help you alleviate some of those symptoms. So people can use them herbally, whatever the case may be. So don't just think it's all about the CM, CR, and CC. Sometimes it's about the MJ.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the THC, but hey.
Well, I was going with two letters there.
Okay, fair enough. But
I could have won with the C.
That's what I was thinking. That's all I was saying. But yeah, all those things to each his own. Do as you see fit. I have scaled back from all of those things. I'll be honest with you, especially the booze. Beer, I virtually never touch it unless it's a super hot day You know, if it's a hot day and there's a cold brew, I'll have a beer or two. But for the most part, I don't drink that anymore because it's too much of a weight on my system. Like I would really have to sit down and spend an afternoon drinking beer to get a buzz off of it because my body doesn't metabolize it very quickly.
I'll give you some advice, man. Just don't eat a whole lot because if you eat a full big ass meal,
brother, I've done it on
it's gonna take you all day to get drunk.
I've done it, but like so that's the problem. Like if I drink beer on an empty stomach, I'm gonna get stupid drunk in 15 minutes, and it's
not
even
empty,
worse.
kid. Not empty. Now, just don't eat too much.
See,
eat a light meal.
Well, like I say, I don't need any of that advice to have a whiskey. You know what I'm saying? I can have a whiskey. I can have 6, 7 whiskey, and the best thing about whiskey and rum at this point for me too is I can gauge my buzz. I know exactly how drunk I am. I'm not knock down, drag out, fall down, puke drunk. I am in the zone. You know what I'm saying?
Just happy.
You know what I'm saying? I know exactly because of the burn.
Right.
You know
well,
what I mean?
But look at speaking of burn, some of the comments here in the chat from the No Maniacs and Super No Maniacs. Find out more about that later. But quality. Cloud Chasers is as we were talking about it, he just fired up Sativa Gang, right?
Fire in the hole.
Barlissimo, what does that say? THC helps with ADHD and autism, bro, but it has to be the right doses and the right strains. True. Vanilla Pig, weed helps with Parkinson's disease, like Michael J. Fox. Weird, the plants which grow naturally around us very often have proven medicinal benefits. Weird that Big Pharma doesn't want people to know that. All right, Barlissimo, calm down.
You know what, Barlissimo? I've been half tempted to do what my limited educational knowledge is of the medicinal quality of that marijuana is. And just because it's YouTube, I just don't know. I don't know how that. I might have to do a little bit more research to find out how to go about that. But there's definitely something to be talked about because it has high medicinal value to it for a lot of different reasons. Barlissimo, everybody knows, if you know, Barlissimo has autistic children, and it definitely helps in those situations. I've literally seen videos of children literally change right before my eyes. Right before my eyes. I've seen dementia patients change right before my eyes off of the quality of the medicinal quality of marijuana. So maybe one day when I figure out how to skirt the YouTube guidelines, if I need to, but I just haven't done enough research on it, but it's worth doing it for sure.
Well, as long as it's educational, and not hyperbolic, like, you want to smoke this, you want to get high. It's like, no, you're doing it from an educational, medicinal, holistic standpoint, that's allowed. So it's about how you address the subject matter.
Nah, like I said, I'm not really a big drinker. I'm for the most part, I will say this once on this show. I'm from Jamaica, y'all. If y'all think I'm an alcoholic, you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like
that's just natural.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So, real
is it marijuana legal in your country?
It is very legal in my country. I just don't need. Look, I just don't need my future clientele and or employers to jump in on this show one time, just doing some background check and go, oh damn, you got a Jamaican who went to Amsterdam on somebody else's dime and smoked the whole.
They probably eating all the drugs in the world. What the fuck you talking
about? But you send him someplace, but he will run that hotel bar tab the hell up though.
Hey man, hey, they're
paying for a mini bar.
You got somebody got to learn their lesson though. You know what I'm saying? You got to learn. Lessons need to be learned. And if it is on the company dime and it is not frowned upon, I may abuse it.
There's there you go, Nomad Barlissimo. No, is it not Barely? Is it? Yeah, it is. There's a neurological doctor who specializes in THC marijuana, and
I'm a Jamaican Canadian. I'm sorry. Most of the black folks you meet from in Canada are from the Caribbean or Africa. It's just kind of how it is. This guy, he's from Jamaica.
Yeah, look at those videos from like the psychologist, the doctors and psychological people and all of those people and how they talk about it and talk about it like that, presentation wise, and that's how you get away with it.
We'll get there. I'm
Dr.
just
Stacy Gruber.
I'll
she did a pod with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I love him.
Damn.
I like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Dr. Stacy Gruber. Okay.
All right. I'll tell you what, since we're talking about things that will intoxicate you a little bit, let's get on this. This is just for you, kids, because I'm pretty sure living in Canada, probably never heard of this. What do you
Blue
think?
MFer.
The blue
ingredients: vodka, crushed ice, white tequila. I'm in already. Blue Curaçao, white rum. Yeah, got me. Lemon lime, got me. And sweet and sour mix. So I would switch the sweet and sour mix for some. You can't?
You wouldn't want to.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I would though.
For what?
I would switch it for sourpuss, which is sour liquor. And that would really kick this thing into high gear.
No, see, as he said, he don't want no THC in his life. He talking about kicking this in the high gear.
Hey.
What's wrong with gears in?
Let me give you a little something. Like I discovered a couple of drinks when I was in Atlanta. Atlanta's a party city, man. So you're gonna find out some stuff when you go down there. Even if you just go kick it for a weekend, if you just let it loose and go out there where the party is, you'll find the blue motherfucker in every bar. And not only will you find the blue motherfucker in every bar. The first time I got one was a big old. I went to, I don't know. It looked like a country western bar on the outside, but the DJ was playing nothing but hip hop. It was all kinds of people in there, man. From every, I had such a good time in there. There's just like, I seen people ordering them. I was just like, what's that? Just like, you don't know what a blue motherfucker is? And everybody's just like, oh, I'll get him one. And I'm telling you right now, if you want to ever have a good time and just let it loose, this is a party, have you a good time drink. This is right there next to Bob Marley. It's right underneath Bob Marley, my favorite.
So you talking about getting white girl wasted?
No, you sip because they give you this in a cowboy-sized boot looking mug.
It's a cowboy size.
In this certain bar, the certain bars you go to, they'll make this drink so huge you ain't got no choice but to sip it.
Look, Barrelissimo ain't drinking nothing that looked like it came out of a broken light bulb. Now, y'all ever hear about a purple Jesus or a porn star? Either one of those?
Porn star.
Okay. So this is again very similar to a porn star. Purple Jesus is the same thing. Super tasty. And that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't do the sweet and sour mix because that's just pure sugar. If you switch that up for sourpuss, oh boy, yeah, like y'all must have sourpuss out there.
No.
What is it?
Suffering succotash. No, that's not
suffering succotash. Like regardless, it is just. And there's like 4 or 5 flavors. Lemon lime. I believe there's a blue raspberry. There's a few flavors. Long story short, it is just sour liquor, and it's super good. You just have to mix it. You don't want to drink it by itself. I've heard of Black Jesus. Damn straight, the Scrolls. Damn straight.
JJ Walker, shout out.
No, we avoid sourpuss Scrolls. Hey man, to each his own. I'm just saying it's tasty liquor when you mix it up, man. Real tasty.
Hey man, listen, I'm gonna tell you something.
We like it fresh.
You take these ingredients, and you don't fuck with this, kid. You understand me? Don't fuck with this.
All right.
And you won't be upset.
Okay. All right.
This is you got family over, you just having a little get together, and you just want to spruce it up a little bit. This is the drink. It's hard to turn down because it's blue and it's just beautiful, depending on what kind of container you put it in. It's just it's irresistible. When you taste it, if you don't overdo the blue Curaçao, it's a beautiful tasting drink. The lemon lime soda gives it a little fizz, crushed ice. I mean, it is it's one of the best drinks you can ever get your hands on. Just tell me.
Yeah, Caraco got a weird flavor though. Like they say it's orange, but it can be a little bit overpowering sweet. I know what you're saying.
That's why a little goes a long way.
Yeah, you can't overdo it. It's really mostly just for the blue color. Other than that, you're killing it with the vodka and you're killing it with the white rum. That's where you're gonna get your buzz from. The blue is just a little bit of Caraco in there to
Don't forget the white tequila.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. And that's an upper, man. I'm starting to. I had some tapatio this weekend with my homeboy. My homeboy's a tequila connoisseur. There's the word.
Tequila file.
Tequila file. Yeah, man. Big on the tequila. Yeah, like 5 or 6 different tequilas that we were drinking this while I was watching the World Series. And he pulled out this Tapatio, and I was like, oh, man, this not only does it smell amazing, I just kept sniffing it in my shot glass. It was like, this is such a nice smell. But, man, put it back. Great drink, really tasty. Yeah, I'm starting to get into the tequilas now, man. Something that it's the one liquor, and I'll tell you this very simply. It's the one liquor that has left me in situations that I could not quantify.
Well, yeah. Well, because tequila, if you drink too much, you'll be fighting the world.
Right.
But there's the 3 different types, just like there are types of rum, but there's the anejo, what are the types of tequila? Anejo, Vallejo, something with a V, and like a Blanco. Is it Blanco? I used to know this stuff, but they're types, and so they're more darker, which is more of a like a sipping old man kind of CMCC kind of thing that I think would be more conducive as opposed to the lighter that have you out there ready to rumble.
It's crazy stuff.
Do me a favor. If you want to jump in and want to be a part of what we do, we always welcome everybody to the show. If you want to be out there and you want to be a part of what we do, hit me up right there at that email. Write it on down or put it in your phone, whatever you got to do. But just hit me up, man. We'll go from there.
Oh, shout out to Terrence Williams, who's considering exactly that. There's the email address, Terrence. Give us a shout, and we'll try and get you linked up maybe for next Wednesday.
El Joe Nino.
Yes, Joe.
Speaking of anejo, there's the types of tequila are Blanco, Respacito, Anejo, and Extra Anejo.
Pendejo.
Well, that's a little bit different. That's somebody.
That's a whole other.
Hey D, where you at?
So they're different types.
You see him in the chat?
Yeah, I see D in the chat.
Oh, there he is.
Jen, Jen, you better. My experience with Jen is I don't touch the shit unless the conclusion of that Jen experience ends with a woman. If she ain't there, it's gonna be a damn fight. I'm gonna be aggressive as hell.
Like I said,
I
got enough pine trees here in Canada not to drink it. So that's my situation with the gin. That's just where I'm at. Mind you, there is Geneva, which I've told you guys about at least once or twice. It's a European gin, and it's made with lemongrass as opposed to pine. It is delicious, amazing liquor. So next time I'm out across the pond, I'll have to bring over some Bull's Geneva if I can find some. Super good, man. Great stuff.
D, I'm trying to send you a email now.
I've had mezcal. I did not like it, bro. I didn't like it.
Yeah, that's old man drink.
See, my Cloud Chasers. Yeah, man, that's my boy's drink, man. That Bombay. I can't do it, man. I cannot. Man, me and my boy tried to get me on that Bombay, man. It is not. I cannot do it. Can't do it.
Do me a favor, send D. I'm having a little trouble right now. Send D an invite for me, kids. All right. Any thoughts, Trips? I hear you, man, but is this something that you would do?
Oh no.
Not at all.
Not with that vodka. Like the rum, I can mess with. The tequila, I can mess with. The vodka, I can't mess with.
So taking a liquor out or so ain't gonna mess up the quality of the one thing I would try to keep in there would be the tequila for me. That's because I have a preference for tequila. But whichever one of those you can omit one of these things or so if you want to. But man, this is you want to have a good time and you got people around you that want to have a good time. This is a drink for you. I
Yeah,
promise.
my body just can't process vodka or gin no more. So I don't drink it because like eventually while I'm trying to go to sleep, it's like it's time to go to the porcelain god and do my praying.
Earl,
Him too, and wait for
go
all
see
of that
Earl.
clear liquid to come out. And then once it's out, I'm good. But nobody enjoys the whole calling his name.
Mm-hmm.
Don't listen
Because
to
his name is Earl.
Don't listen to El Joe Nino. That Sky Vodka ain't no good, man.
What are you talking about? It's all right. I'm yet to meet a bad vodka.
Dog, you ain't met enough vodka then.
Excuse you. Yeah, there's like, I'm not a fan of Absolute. I think that's probably the one that I'm just as I'm saying it. There's Crimson. I'm not a fan of Absolute.
I might be wrong, Joe. It's okay. What is that vodka that comes in that Dallas Cowboy Blue bottle?
That's Sky.
That shit right there.
That's Sky. It's all right, man. Like I'm saying, it's okay. I don't like vodka, and it's all because of there you go. Get some Jack and Coke like in your square. For me, it's Jack Daniels, and my shot is Jack. It's called an ass kicker. It's Jack Daniels and oh snap. What's the other half of it? Oh, it's like a sweeter liqueur. I'm blanking out. Shit.
There's so much. I got some Tom Collins mixtures. I'm gonna present on the show. Tom Collins, the dog of dog mixtures out there for you, man. But this I put my signature on this, man. This will turn your party up. You'll get together up. I don't care what you're doing. You do this right, everybody's gonna have a good time. If they drinking, they're gonna have a good ass time. I promise you that. But let's get into some food.
I got a question. Because Joe brought up just a splash of Coca-Cola with mostly Jack Daniels. For those of you who enjoy like a Jack and Coke, what if you're someplace and they only get like Pepsi products? Do you still drink it, or does that piss you off?
You fight everybody in the building.
You gonna drink it?
Everyone must die.
Go ahead, gonna drink it. You're gonna be mad, but you're gonna drink it.
I ain't even batting an eyelid, man. We drinking the Jack. You know what I'm saying? We drinking the Jack, whatever it is. Yeah, I'm down with the Jack and Coke too, man.
But Jack and Pepsi, so yeah, you're good.
Same.
All right. So we're gonna get into some food real quick before we get into this Bears conversation. So all that came for that, just hang on in there. We got a couple of little things.
Dave Rogers came in to say, "Drink it."
And I want to say this: the name of the game tonight is Rue. And we'll get into that as we go. If you don't know what roux is, we'll hip you up to it. So this first dish is a classic. There you go, Trip.
All right. Well, excuse me. Beef stroganoff. Ingredients: beef cuts, mushrooms, flour, beef paste, egg noodles, salt, pepper, garlic, beef broth, and onion. Yeah, that's a comfort food dish. It's all in there. You get your meat, you get your noodles, your starches. I would even throw in, some a can of green peas to go with those mushrooms. So you get all in one pot. And Lord Crimson's talking about a roux, animal fat and flour. So I would assume that you're starting the beef stroganoff with that roux.
Well, I got it. That's why I put this is my recipe. So I wanted to take the oil and all of that kind of that kind of thing out of it. So when I'm done browning my beef, because you got to brown your beef, that's what most people do. Brown your beef pretty good, give it a nice little cook. You ain't got to make it all the way tender. I clean my pot. And so I'm going to give you a little hack of people like me who first started making roux and ended up with lumpy gravy and things like that. Here's a little hack to that. Put you some flour, whatever kind of flour you use, whether it's wheat flour, white flour, whatever you use. Put it in I put mine in a measuring cup. And I put a little water on top of it, and I start whipping it. I start whipping that thing to every knot is out of it. I'll pour a little bit of beef broth underneath where I'm about to pour. A little bit of beef broth in the pan. Then I'll pour that little roux. So it looks like a loose cake batter when you pour it out. And you just start whipping it together. So you making sure there's no knots in that thing. And so I take the grease completely out of it.
But that you know how much flavor you're taking out of it?
No, trust me, it's gonna get put right back in there with that beef paste and that beef broth. Trust me.
Well, but what are you taking it out for?
Because I don't want the grease in me.
Huh.
So just a healthier way to do it.
Yeah, okay. But healthier, but I guess if you're leaving let's say if you leave the grease in there without adding any kind of flour to it to make a roux, then it would be a greasy dish. But if you sprinkle some flour, whole wheat, is what I've been using, over that grease, and if you need a little more moisture, you put a tablespoon or two of butter in there. You mix all that up and let it thicken and let that flour cook off. Now you have infused that flour, and it's gonna thicken the whole dish. And you don't need the beef broth. And other than that, there's something else in here that you wouldn't need either. You don't need any oil because it's already oiled up. So, I mean, I guess it could reduce some of the grease from it, but it wouldn't like you would be seeing grease puddles or eating the grease. It would be absorbed into the dish.
Still there though, Trips. And my goal is always to try to eliminate as much fat. The reason why I put the beef paste in there, you put that beef paste in there, when you just wipe that pot out, you ain't gonna get exactly all of it, but you want to pour all the grease you can off of that.
Put that. I don't know. You're getting roasted in the comments though.
That's okay. That's okay. All you gotta do is try this, and I guarantee you it's gonna taste as good or better than you did it with the grease. I promise you.
Tony Wilson, we'll get to the sports, man. We'll get to the sports. Just hang tough, brother. Trust me. This is Extra Sauce. We go all over the map. You'll get your sports.
What do you think about that, kid?
I am not a fan.
You don't like stroganoff?
I don't.
Oh,
I'm not a fan of stroganoff. I prefer when other people are stroking me off. Had to do it. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
What about this? Don't you like?
It's like not a personal thing. It's just I've had it. I have made it. It's just not something that it's for me. It's like hoity-toity hamburger helper.
Well, basically,
you know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of how I look at it. And I also you won't catch me making no damn hamburger helper either. So
real quick,
you don't like hamburger helper?
Real quick, let me say this to Levante. You have no idea how much more beefier and stroganoff. It's going to really brown that gravy, and it's going to amplify the taste of that roux that's in there. That gravy is in there. That paste is going to really, really amplify it. Just try it.
So the reason for that though is because why he uses the paste is likely because he's cleaning the pot. He's not cooking it in you know what I mean? If you're cooking it in the pot, you're getting the juice, you're getting the flavor from the beef that you used. So he's putting the flavor back in. He's waiting. Pete Jones, we'll get to it all, bro. We'll get to it all. We go across the board. But yeah, like I say, I'm not a big fan of stroganoff. It's not my favorite pasta. Not big on hamburger helper either. Trip, you're asking. I'm not big on it. It's like one of them things that
hamburger helper don't even like rice-a-roni.
Kids, I can make you a hamburger helper on steroids that'll make you shut the fuck up. I promise.
I'm just letting you know I'm not like when I wasn't buying my own food, I'll eat, you know what I'm saying, in my mom's house back in the day, and it's what's in the cupboard, and it's what you have. I'll eat the hamburger helper. As an adult, you won't catch me dead making hamburger helper.
Hey, by the way, as one ingredient I left out of here, you finish this off with some sour cream.
Yeah.
That's one
That'd be a
ingredient.
nice topping.
See, Lord Crimson's with me, man. I'll make like a nice pasta. I'll make like a real pasta if that's what we're talking about. But,
hey, man, trust me, man. Just try this shit, Scroll. I'm trying to tell you, pour that damn grease out there. You don't need all that shit in you, man. I'm not cleaning the pan. I'm leaving the pan with a little oil on it. It's just you gotta get some of that oil out of there, man. Especially when you start. Hey, man, you want to control your weight and try to keep yourself looking right. Keep some of that oil out your body. But real quick, man. Hey, any last thoughts on stroganoff before we move to the last thing?
Don't do it too often. You might go blind. Oh no, see, that's twice. That's twice.
Here we go. We still talking about roux. This is probably another one of my favorite roux dishes right here. Go ahead, Trip.
Smothered chicken thighs and gravy. Love me some good thick thighs. Chicken too. All right, ingredients: chicken thighs, mushrooms, flour, chicken paste. Again with this paste stuff. Salt and pepper, garlic, chicken broth, onion, and bell pepper. What's with the chicken?
What's with the chicken paste?
Chicken paste.
Again, when you want to pour some of that oil out of there.
I'll
tell you. Y'all jeans too goddamn tight. That's what the problem is.
You know, those thighs, that beautiful dark meat, and get that lovely chicken grease down up in there. And then you make you a nice little roux with the flour, and then that just infuses so much flavor in there. And then you serve this over some rice or some mashed potatoes. It's like,
Yeah, I'm pouring the chicken oil out. I'm sorry. I ain't trying to make it about me, but that's just how I roll. That's how I roll. Go ahead, kid.
Yeah, no, that's mine. I have the same 2 cents. It's like I would cook it with the natural juices from the chicken. If it's overbearing and if there's a lot of it, I might pour some of it out. You know what I mean? Like I'm with you a little bit, Nomad. Sometimes, there can be a lot of oil, but
because now how is oil for keto wise?
It's good.
It's okay. It's okay, but it's just if you're trying to manage you got a weight problem or something, you probably want to pour some shit out of there, bro.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't be consuming a heavy amount of oil. Oil isn't bad, but let's be a bit more specific. What kind of oil are you using? Right? For keto, you would want to move towards olive oil, butter as your oil content. As opposed to like canola, vegetable oils, you would want to stay away from that type of oil.
Like your avocado.
Potentially, avocado oil would be and coconut oil. All of those would be much more preferred than your standard canola, vegetable, or seed oils for that matter.
You could personally, I ain't gonna lie, we keep peanut oil around for when I do this kind of thing. Brown the chicken. Even when I take it out of the pan and when I'm making the roux, I dab my chicken down, get some of that extra oil off of it, sit it on some napkins so it can soak some of the oil off of it before I can put it back in there.
Cool.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a very good dish though, smothered chicken.
Dog, you can't go wrong with smothered chicken. And what you put, like, I'm not so much of a rice guy anymore since keto. I might do a potato or something, mash some potato up and throw some you have to use a gravy. So you got to put something there, right? If you're going to go gravy, you're going to have to get you some kind of vegetable and make so it can complement it, right?
So what vegetable would you recommend?
If you're on keto, were you just talking about a regular diet or keto?
I'm thinking more keto situation. If you've removed, for me, again,
cauliflower,
Jamaican Canadian, there will be rice. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. There will be rice involved. But on the keto diet, as you're saying, I had to remove rice from my diet. It was a sad time in Canada. But I think you nailed it, bro. I think you nailed it. Say it again.
Cauliflower. Just get you some nice cauliflower, cook it down, season it how you want it, throw it in your blender, get that thing where you want it to be, get it good consistency how you want it, put that thing on your plate. And if you want that's a great alternative, bro.
I agree. I was going to say broccoli as well, but personally, I actually like cauliflower a fair amount better. It can be really delicious. Sometimes, like me personally, I like maybe a cauliflower and carrots medley. Those two things go together very well, and I could see this sitting on top very nicely.
That'll work.
Yeah.
But if you're just looking for that thing that looks like the potato that you're used to, if you like potatoes, the cauliflower is definitely a way to go.
It's very close. Like once you boil it down right, it's very close in consistency and flavor to maybe even a mashed potato. But
what I would do if you wanted to go a one pot, I'd throw in some mixed vegetables, green beans, peas, carrots up in there. I would quarter up some potatoes, put those up in there and let them soften. And cook with the chicken and everything else together. Just put it all in the same pot and let it go.
You can't go wrong here. I know a lot of people like asparagus with this meal, with mashed potatoes. Me, I'm a green beans guy. I grew up in a house where my mother would mix a can of green beans or two with a can of corn and put onions and peppers in and cook it all down real soft. And that's good as shit too. She would put she liked rolls. She wasn't never a biscuit cooking woman. She'd go get some rolls, put them in the oven, cut them, put some butter in the middle of it, put it back in there, and boom, there you go. That's a meal.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Any last things on smothered chicken and gravy?
No, sir, man. Well presented, sir.
Is this something that you do often? Y'all do often up in Canada?
No. You would never catch me doing this. Not to say that I don't appreciate it. I would do curry chicken every time. It's just how I roll.
Oh, okay.
Very similar situation at the end of the day as to what you put down here. Very similar with curry chicken, but that's what
I might have to do that very, very soon. I'm starting to really take a liking to curry. But the last couple of times I make it, I could tell my girlfriend's like, "Hey, you gonna keep doing that, motherfucker?"
Oh, she white.
No?
I'm just teasing.
Curry ain't normal around here in the United States in every household. Not everybody uses curry, believe it or not.
I believe it, and I'm very familiar with that as a fact. Not just where you are, but also where I am. Mind you, it's sort of an acquired thing. Like if I'm cooking up a pot of curry, the whole house gonna smell like curry, and it might smell like curry out in the road too. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a powerful thing. It is.
Well, man, put it like this: if let's say you happen to live in an apartment complex or building with some people that may or may not be cooking curry a lot,
they might, yeah.
You're gonna smell like curry.
Oh yeah.
So curry chicken heads, all of them.
You ever live around Somalians, you're gonna smell that shit all the time, boy.
Somalians, Pakistanis,
Ethiopians.
that region of the world uses a lot of fucking curry.
We have a building here in town and we just call it a curry building. It's just a curry building because you can't go on a floor without that particular smell. And it's deep, thick, and in many cases it's delicious. So take it for what it's worth, man. Take it for what it's worth.
Depending on how you cook it, because it goes in so many different dishes.
Yeah. Hey, school, shut your ass up, man. Stop, man. I'm not putting that shit on. Stop it. Squirrels. You know what, Squirrels, man? I hate you, man. I hate you. You just be saying some wild shit, man. All right, man, let's get this. Unless we got any more statements about this smothered chicken gravy, curry gravy, whatever y'all want to talk about. Y'all good there? We can get to some breaking news right quick.
Breaking news.
All right, let me get to it.
All right, Andrew.
We do have a little bit of breaking news for the Bears, and we just talked about it the other day. And that is Asante Samuel Jr. Talked about it on your show, kids. Talked about it when I did the live on trade deadline. Asante Samuel Jr. will be visiting the Bears next Tuesday. This is why they were quiet during the trade deadline after they got the edge rusher that they needed. And we were all looking and waiting for a couple of hours there, Trip, waiting for that next move and that next lever to fall. And it never happened. And that's when I brought it up that, hey, this might be something you might be interested in. Asante Samuel Jr. was cleared by the doctors and he can play football again. So he's in Carolina right now. He visited them today. And so from now, he's got 5 more visits, like 4 more visits before he gets to us. It's going to be
let me tell you. He goes to excuse me. Asante Samuel Jr., according to Jeremy Fowler, has a packed free agency visit schedule. Panthers today, Packers on Thursday, Vikings on Friday, 49ers on Monday, Bears on Tuesday, and then the Steelers on Wednesday.
So here's my thoughts on this. Go ahead, kid. You got something?
No, well, like I do, but I'm gonna let you get your thoughts out first. Go ahead.
It's a in my opinion, based on availability of other players, I did a little research on this. It's gonna be a little horse race between us, and I just hate the fact that the Packers get to check him out before we do, because they got Micah Parsons in there. That's going to help them. That's going to help them on the back end tremendously. The fact that they got Micah Parsons, and he might want to play in a defense like this, but long term, I think we're the most attractive team because the Packers will use you up for a year and go in the draft and get another guy. I think this is a piece that we can hold on to be honest with you, if he's as healthy as we think he is. I think the better opportunity is here in Chicago, and that's just me politicking because I want him here.
Yeah, that is you politicking because you want him here. And my beef is just the simple and obvious beef. Everybody sees him before we do, except for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who probably won't make the playoffs anyways. That's my beef. 2 of those teams are NFC North teams who are probably going to do their damnedest to make sure he doesn't ever show up to that Chicago workout. So I just kind of expect him to likely get signed if he's healthy before he gets here. And that sucks. But is what it is. Would have been great to have Asante Samuel. It would be great to have Asante Samuel because I think he brings a fair amount of depth, which we could totally utilize at this point. Sometimes in the NFL, when it comes to free agency and things along these lines, it's a bit of a chess game, and sometimes you may just want to pick up a property, a body, and pay him to make sure that your opponent doesn't do exactly that. So that's what I'm worried about.
Well, I would have to, put together a spreadsheet with the teams that he's visiting and what their salary cap situation is, because right now, as it stands, the Bears have about $7 million and change. Now, of course, they can, redo other contracts, other people's deals, and make the room. But I would prefer that if that's the route to go, that, Poles was smart not to trade away, future draft capital for a rental, older cornerback. If this guy is only going to cost you cash, you find the cash, you free it up, on the caveat, like everybody's saying he's healthy. And a shout out to Dr. West as he posted that the cervical infusion surgery that Asante Samuel had isn't, the best for his long-term health, but we don't need him long-term, not to sound like an a-hole, but that's he wants to play football. It's his neck. He wouldn't put his neck on the line. Literally, that's on him. If he can play, let's bring him in. So I'm good with that. But him seeing so many teams before he gets here, yeah, they're gonna, be making some offers. It's like, hey, if you stay here, we'll throw in a big ass pot of some chicken thighs, smothered chicken thighs. You know what I mean? So you ain't got to go nowhere. Whatever it is you want, we got you. A few more $1 million, all right. You ain't got to go nowhere. Just Uber your stuff on up here. So that's gonna be the challenge right there.
I got a feeling that it's probably going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 million, but somewhere in the neighborhood.
Well,
I'm just got a feeling. I don't know that for sure. I'm just telling you.
Well, but the thing is, if you're the Vikings or the Packers, and it's like, well, $5 million and he'd sign, but his agent's on the phone with Ryan Poles, and Ryan Poles says, well, we'll give you 6. And you get a little bidding war going.
Yeah, I don't see this being a bidding war thing because,
well, like Sproles is saying, Red Baron, Vikings, 49ers, Panthers all have more cap space. So if it's a bidding war, it would be an uphill battle for the Bears.
I don't see it being a bidding war thing because the fact is, this young man just came off of a major surgery. Nobody knows what he's going to look like on the field in 2 weeks. Nobody knows. Dollar for dollar, he's probably you're close to it. He's probably about a $5 million cap hit, depending on what you want to do over the course of time. That's kind of the way to look at it. I don't know what kind of offer you make to somebody in this particular situation, and under the same pretenses, I don't know what kind of.
Well, if you're Asante, well, let me ask you this: you're a Nomad, kids, and the Nomaniacs and Super Nomaniacs. If you're Asante Samuel Jr., what is your ultimate or deal that would be offered? A 1-year deal, a long-term deal, a 2-year deal? Bottom of the market shorter, top of the market longer? What are you looking for?
See, now you're talking, because that was exactly where I was headed. My thoughts is you get yourself a 2-year deal, make a couple of bucks, and prove yourself for a long-term extension. He's still super young, right? This guy's not in the cornerback market. He is not an old man by any stretch of the imagination. He's just coming off his rookie contract. Unfortunately, it's a situation where he's coming back hurt. So I don't know what you do, but that's what I would be looking at if I was Asante Samuel Jr. and or his agent. I'd be looking for a commonsensical 2-year, and away you go.
Well, we got some company, man. And we got the Bishop in the building and D Nice, man. You boys give me a thumbs up when y'all feel ready to GO. Got 2 thumbs up. Y'all ready? You got okay. Make sure we got enough space here to do it.
Time to get the party started.
There we go.
Yeah.
Let her rip, fellas. Welcome in.
What it is.
Fellas?
No maniacs.
Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome next.
No man.
What
D
up?
Nice. What's going
happening?
on, baby?
What's
Let's
happening,
start-
man? What's up?
Man,
What's
look
up?
here.
Bishop came in here first.
I got
He came in
something
here
to
first.
say.
Let him go and cut loose. Let him go and cut loose.
All right.
What are you saying, Bishop?
So we had this conversation yesterday, ironically. So as soon as I saw it hit the wire, as soon as I saw it hit my thread, I had to send it to Nomad. I'm gonna keep it a buck. We're the last ones that he's coming to see. And I think it's by design. He's gonna go see everybody else. And granted, yeah, Green Bay, but I think in the end he's gonna end up in Chicago because I think Chicago fits what he's trying to accomplish, which is go somewhere where he has an opportunity to probably not only audition for that team for the rest of the year, but potentially latch on, move forward. And I don't see that happening in Green Bay, as much as I see that happening here. But I'm excited about it because I want to see the young man on the field again because we need a ball hawk, man. You know, we really need a ball hawk. And for me, Kyler Gordon, man, that's my dude. I really want to see this young man, you know, thrive, but he got to stay healthy, man. You know, and granted, this young man is just coming off a major injury as well. But if this young man can come to back to form like he was before his pre-injury, whoo, yes. And why not add a guy like this? Because we know what we got to face again. Remember, I said it yesterday. Let's look at this. Let's look at the second half of this schedule. We need a guy like him that can play. He can play press. He can play zone, but he's a ball hawk. And we're going to need ball hawks moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, D-Nice. I'm going to let you get in, bro.
Now, listen, if you know anything about this kid's dad, you know this kid wants to come into a situation where he can kind of play right away. Now, take it from me. I'm a man that's had a spinal fusion surgery. You know, it takes a while to get back. Now, I'm no professional athlete, but I do have experience with this type of thing. It's gonna take a while. I figure it'll take a while for him to get back, but if he's been cleared and if he grades out well when he comes to visit, then why not sign him? I see Scrolls say he's gonna go where the money is. When you're in a situation like this young man is in, coming off a major injury like that, you want to go where you want it. You know, and then you think about the money later after you've proven yourself. Hopefully what Bishop said is correct. He's saving the best for last, you know, but Chicago is a situation where they need guys immediately. You know, he come here, he's gonna play right away.
Well, I know
So
you're not a doctor, D-Nice, but can you tell us, after having a spinal fusion surgery, are you 100% at what you were, 50%, 90%, 80%? Where you at?
Give me the timeline you gave me when we were talking yesterday.
After a spinal fusion surgery, you'll never be 100% again. But you still will be able to do some things that you used to do. It just depends on how hard you rehab and how hard you work. Again, I'm not a professional athlete, so you know those guys are built a little different. You know, their rehab is a lot different than mine was. You know, and his training especially is a lot different than mine, especially at my age. So you know, I think he can still be a quality football player. He can be an effective DB still even after this surgery, but it takes longer than a lot of people may think. You know, this is not a simple surgery, and you know the rehab from it is definitely not simple. When did he actually have the surgery though?
A year.
It was several months ago.
Over a year ago.
Okay, well, if it's been over a year, then he should be good. But he's the best that he's going to be right now, and that's not 100. When I had my surgery, the doctor told me that it was I'm going to say it the right way. It was a 25% chance that I can make you 75% better. So you take that for what you will. Again, this is me versus a professional athlete.
Oh, you know what? Let me throw 2 cents in here, and I'm gonna let y'all chew on it after I say it. Number one, I think there's a possibility that depending on how these trainers or these doctors examine him and what kind of battery of tests they put this guy through, I think the stress test, like for whatever team that considers him a serious piece to have, and they want to consider him long term, is there a chance that one of these teams, after a stress test meaning how much pressure can you put on this, repaired? How much can you put on it? And
I'm sorry, no man, but I think he passed the stress test.
You think so?
Yeah, I definitely think he passed that, especially over a year. And I'm sure he's been training, and you know his rehab went the way it went, and he's been training nonstop since then. So yeah, he definitely passed the stress test for sure.
Go ahead, fellas. Don't let me hold you back.
Well, I would tell you, I would tell you this. I have seen on X, because that's where you find most of the information as far as the athletes and their workouts. But I've seen several different tapes, and it's different in different stages that he's been doing workouts, showing coming out of transition, flipping hips, doing different things, and it looked effortless. Now, again, I understand, D-Nice, like you had the surgery. And one of the key things I take away from what you said was about the type of health you was in going into the surgery, as well as coming out of the surgery, and then what your workouts look like after the fact. And one thing about these athletes, not taking anything away from you and your workout regimen and things of that nature.
No, I'm not offended. Go for it.
But thinking along the lines of, you talking about a young man in the type of shape that he was in,
Yeah.
Pre-surgery, didn't, outside of the surgery itself and the natural recuperation necessary with that comes along with that. And then as a physical therapist, and I know a couple of different physical therapists, the type of work that they're not just doing physical therapy on the spinal itself. It's a mind, body, spirit thing. So know this, he's regimented in terms of his workouts and things to get back to the field, back on the field. And the fact that he's been cleared to even be able to go and visit teams, he's got to be ready.
Yeah, I believe he's ready too, man. I think that no doctor worth his salt would.
No, bro.
You know what I mean? Would put somebody out there in a situation where they could get hurt again. They could aggravate the injury if he was not football ready. So we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see what it looks like. I think Scrolls is nailing where my head is at.
Well,
I can tell you.
No, I get. Well, there's a question that we gotta pose to Nomad. Hearing D-Nice's description of the injury, how long it's been since Asante Samuel Jr. has been on the field, and where we're at in the season right now. How long would it take him to be able to contribute on the field, do you think, as a player?
He'll be able to contribute right away, but for him to get NFL win, football playing win, you got to play football.
Yeah.
And so it's going to take a few weeks, at least a couple weeks at the minimum. I've been there before, it's going to take you a couple weeks to get football win.
Right.
But he'll be able to contribute. They have to just sub him out here and there and then get him back in there once he gets his win. For a couple of weeks, he'll contribute, though.
Now, I'll tell you. Go ahead,
D-Nice. Well, I was going to say this. Regardless of which team, whether it's the Bears or any team, they're going to have to ramp him up anyway. So I think what it's going to really come down to is scheme and how they plan on using him. And I believe that Dennis Allen will come up with the perfect way of using him to where he can contribute in a way where one is not putting that much stress upon him with regard to his return to football, but be able to ramp him up in a way to where he can contribute and work his way in at the same time. I just think, man, and again, it might be because I'm a Bears fan, but I just think that we present the best opportunity for him. Because
to play right
now and contribute versus going any place else.
Now, I can agree with that, but the question is he ready for the opportunity?
Oh, I can agree with
now.
That pedigree, baby, that pedigree, he's ready.
No doubt about it, but health is undefeated, bro. Bad health is undefeated. What I can say about this injury too is that he doesn't have to really worry about re-injuring it because he got metal back there now. Okay. And then number two, the only thing that's going to be hindered really is his flexibility. Now, if he's able to gain all that back and his core strength is his core strength should be good by now, but that's the number one thing. The two things that this surgery affects, it affects core strength and it also affects flexibility. So those are the two enemies he's going to have. And if he's did everything to prepare himself for that stuff and prepare stuff to work out for these teams, because he knows what workouts is coming his way. He already understands that. I'm sure he's been practicing them while he's been out. But core strength is pivotal. And flexibility is another thing that's going to be hindered. I don't know which way they entered. For me, they entered from my backside, but I've heard this surgery that sometimes they come in from the front. So it just all depends. But his core strength and his flexibility will be challenged in this. And
go ahead. My bad.
I'm expecting, like me personally, I'm expecting an overhaul in this secondary anyway. Come season in, it's going to be some change, and I'm not sure everybody's going to be in love with the changes that's going to be made, but there are going to be some changes.
I would say this, man, and I think
I'm with you on that, D-Nice.
Bishop just kind of sliced this open. Now it's about the confidence. You taking a risk. D just went through been through the surgery before. This is your money. This is your bread and butter. This is how you make money. And if you feel like, okay, I just had a major issue going on, I had surgery, do I even want to risk it again? I got enough confidence again to feel like I can go and do what I need to do to go. Now it's going to be a level of confidence. When you got to go up and hit somebody, a 220-pound back in the hole, are you going to hit him with full bore? Or are you going to tiptoe up to him and make an arm tackle and let him run through you? Those kind of things are the mental part of it. Am I confident enough in my recovery to know that I'm okay? It's going to be that's a phase.
Mm-hmm.
That's a phase. He's got to get through to that plateau. He's got to get to that plateau. So it's physically, I think on the outside, he probably looks well. And he probably is working out well. He's probably doing all the things he needs to do. He'll get on that field, and that first time he has to meet a guy in the hole, somebody running at him full speed, is that split second in your mind, should I make this tackle the way I need to make this tackle? Is what he's going to come down to.
Is it a tackle or a business decision? One of the two.
Yeah, but if he hesitate on that thought during live action,
right,
he could re-injure himself somewhere else.
All this stuff is super interesting to me. I don't, business decision in that scenario, for the most part, as far as Mr. Samuels is concerned, it would equal an early benching. So I'm not too worried about that. Clearly, you got to be worried about the health situation. But again, if a doctor has signed off on this situation, I get it. You know what I mean? Like if that's a situation, then I think he'll be ready to play. My question is this, and you guys kind of went the other way with it. What makes the Chicago Bears, like, I should probably let me phrase it a bit differently. Like, why is he better suited for the Chicago Bears than potentially the Green Bay Packers, who've lost Jaire Alexander and probably actually need him, than the Vikings, who have a hurting secondary? Like the Vikings is known for their blitz packages and being exotic. But outside of one corner, their secondary ain't great. It's also aging. Why, like, I know why we need him, but don't those guys need him too? And they're ahead of us in the conversation.
Well, I look at it like this. If I'm Asante Samuel Jr. and I got my options, you look at Pittsburgh and you're looking at, we don't know the exact options, but if I'm looking at a place that I can get my foot in now and a team that I can continue to grow with, sign on a extension if it's deemed necessary or worthy. The Bears versus Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, who's their quarterback? A.A. Ron with his old ass. How long is he going to be there? We don't know. You look at the Vikings. It's like, J.J. McCarthy. We really believe in him. Look at the rest of that team as a whole. I think they're more of we don't really know what's going on up there. The FGBs, because FGB them all day, every day, sometimes twice a day on Sunday. We know that they are making their run now. So they're kind of all in right now. So the future is going to be a little more in flux. Whereas, like the Bears, it's like, oh, you got a new coach, you got, less than 10 games into his regime. You have a defensive coordinator whose scheme you fit and can play under, and the whole secondary is going to be like big ass help wanted signs on the door at the end of the season at Hallis Hall. Secondary apply within.
Yeah.
That seems to be a attractive situation to put yourself in early.
True trips.
Yeah.
Also, it's not only that I feel I can play right now, and there's a money situation to be spoken to here. It's just about, is he at that point in his life where he wants to chase that ring? Because there's a couple teams he might see. Sure, he's going to see above us in that race, like a Green Bay, maybe even a Pittsburgh. Those are teams that he might see as, okay, I think these guys can go further. Is he chasing that ring, or is he chasing some longevity in his career? He's 26 years old.
Yeah.
You don't want to be ring chasing right now, would you?
No. I just think,
no.
Based off who his father is, man, this kid wants to play. He wants to play, and he wants to prove himself as one of the better young corners in this game, because that's how his dad was. You know what I'm saying? If you listen to his dad talk to this day, dad ain't played in forever, but he still talks as if he's a Hall of Fame, type guy, which he was very good. Asante Samuel Sr. was a very good player, but that mentality can't fall far from the tree, bro.
It doesn't.
Well, you gotta,
right?
But now that you just brought up something on Nomad, and that mentality, I get you. But if you want the best of both worlds, if you are him, you go with a team like, let's say, Green Bay, who's on their trajectory right now, all in for the Super Bowl, right? And then you prove yourself as healthy.
Cut off Trips Mike, man. Cut off Trips Mike.
I'm looking from the perspective of them. If you are Asante Sam, you say, I don't want to ring chase as a career, but right now this season, there is a team in contention that wants me. I can get my name up. I can get my money up because I'm healthy, and then enter free agency as a free agent, now looking to get paid because he's already cleared that hurdle of proving himself on the field with the possibility of chasing a ring. Now, looking at it from that perspective, that would be attractive.
That's a very good point. Now, if he can go, like, to say, let's just say he went somewhere and got a ring and he played his ass off, his value is going to go up tremendously. So there's a point to be made there.
Well, and that goes without saying. So who's going deep in the playoffs this season is a question to be asked, and I think we already know the answer to that question.
Do we?
No, we don't.
Well, if you look at that list that he's visiting before the Bears, the Vikings, Pittsburgh. Just look at that list. Contain it to those options. The only playoff bound team is we don't know. Because like the division has gotten so tight, that it's not a guarantee that the Packers are just, going to run away with it and make the playoffs. But they are in more of a win now mode, even though their record is the same as the, up and coming Bears.
So great, well spoken around the obvious though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, well done. They're the out of all the teams in question, they're the only post regular season team in the list. They've been there multiple years in a row. They're leading the division right now. I'm stating the obvious shit. I know we all hate the freaking Packers.
Actually, Detroit's leading the division.
Detroit's leading the division potentially. They're actually a half game behind the Pack.
But by this weekend, the Bears will be right behind Detroit if they handle business, because Green Bay is going to lose to Philadelphia.
We're tied with Detroit right now. So if we continue to win, the only reason that we're behind Detroit is because we lost to Detroit. So this thing ain't over. Don't get me wrong. I ain't saying this shit's over.
Mm-hmm. It is in
I'm
your
just
head.
stating the obvious that, again, out of that list of teams that are before the Bears, there's only one team that's been to the playoffs perennially, potentially will go this season,
Perennially.
and needs a corner because they lost Jair Alexander. I'm just stating the obvious.
They didn't lose him. They didn't lose him.
Nah, I'm gonna tell you something, kid.
They let him go.
Keep it
Yeah, so they
100.
didn't lose him.
But
Keep it 100. They got a pretty
what
young
I'm saying is
secondary over there.
they could use a little help on the back, especially now that they've paid for a bunch of help on the front. They
But
use a little cheap help on the back.
I'm gonna make a point on this, man, not to cut nobody off, and I'm gonna jump right in and say this. For Ryan Poles to even be entertaining it lets me know that he's willing to do what he's gonna have to do to sign the young man also, because we know that Ryan Poles is tighter than a damn brick on a wall, bro. You know what I'm saying? So if the fact that he's even bringing them in for a workout,
You think Ryan Poles tight?
Man, he's ordering lox and bagels. He's ordering lox and bagels every day for lunch.
Really? Because I see my boy throwing second round picks
no,
all over
kids,
the yard.
hold on,
He's
kid.
throwing
Let
50
me
grand
let
at
me
Brady Jerry.
let me make this clear.
He's throwing
He's
50
tight.
mil a day, yo. He's
tight. He's just not as tight as you. He's tight. He's just not as tight as you, bro.
Maybe that's it. All right, fair enough.
Your ass is tight.
I'll take
Your ass
that.
tight, man. Now look, man. Let me say this, man. Let me say this. I think it's about all I had to do is just go look at Asante Samuel's, look at his history on X and see what he's thinking about. If I can gauge what he's thinking about, I'll know within the next 24 to 24 hours. I'm giving 24 hours. I'll know which direction this guy might go. And it might be exactly what Kez is saying, but I doubt it because at 26 years old, you got to be looking a little bit further down the line than just this one opportunity.
Yeah, but so I agree with you. I'm just saying that the results are the same. If you go to a perennial playoff team, you make the playoffs and you play well, the results the same. You're going to wind up getting, after the 2-year deal that you signed, you're going to wind up making more money. You're back at it. You sign with the Bears, things go well, Bears burst into the playoffs and you play well, the result is the same. You get signed, you get more money. Like it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other from where Asante Samuel sits today. I don't expect him to get big money right now. I don't think that's on the table at all. I don't think I don't think that's on the table at all. All that I can tell you is I have a feeling the Packers will sign him they would sign him and sit him before letting him walk out the building to make sure we don't get him.
And
cut off kids, Mike. No man.
That could quite be a possibility, but at the end of the day, for them to sign him, he has to sign on the dotted line, and he has to decide if he wants to sit or he wants to play. If he goes to Green Bay, he's not playing. He comes to Chicago, he will play. So that's what he's facing more than anything, because Green Bay has a young secondary and they not terrible.
Hey, D, also I want to say this. Do not count out Pittsburgh because they are hurting on the back.
So Steelers are after us.
On the screen right there. Read that.
Yeah, I'm going to read this because it's very interesting. So shout out to Patrick Higgins. Steelers are in win now mode with Rodgers only having a couple of years left. My bet is Samuel.
A couple of years left.
He can't play for much. He's not playing great football.
He ain't playing past this year. He didn't let it be known.
And
hell, look, if he can survive 2 more years just throwing 10 yards or less, so be it. But that's the farthest he's thrown, dude, outside of a couple times. So Rodgers is done too.
So Patrick Higgins is saying he's betting that the Steelers would be willing to sign him. I agree. The fact is the Steelers are behind us in the progression. I don't see Asante Samuel leaving Chicago without a deal. I'm just going to put that out there if he's healthy. And we're talking about, I know my boy said he's tight and the homie Chris Kelly saying he's so tight he squeaks when he walks. That's real tight. That's real tight.
We're talking about you.
Huh?
They're talking about you.
Oh, he's talking about me. This guy.
Yeah, kids. We talking about you, bro. You tight as.
Hey, man. I'm trying to negotiate from a place of power. That's what you call it. That's what I call it. I'm negotiating from a place of power. That's it. I ain't negotiating from because these Chicago Bears been negotiating from a point of weakness for decades. 4 decades. Man, time to negotiate the other way around.
Well, but no, that's where the argument gets kind of twisted because Bishop is saying, everybody's tight, and Keds' point is that Poles is spending money. It's just that where he's spending money and who he's spending it on ain't producing to that amount.
But he's not the only gym who hasn't done. Every gym has done that. Every
time I talk about every other GM, I care about saying, man, what he do.
Well, hell, I mean, once again, for us Chicago fans, we got to understand something, man. I keep telling y'all this, bro. We expect. I mean, I understand most suffer from PTSD as a Bears fan, boss. I get it, but we got to give Paul
just wrong. Well, he's spending money. The salary cap, they're not being tight. They're not being whatever. It's just the player evaluation on the free agents that Pauls has brought in. Let's look at Grady Jarrett. Now, Atlanta cut him loose. He's an older guy. He's a veteran. It was like, okay, he's on the market, but he wasn't healthy, or he wasn't healthy once he got here. So whatever that contract is basically considered a waste. So even though, mentally in the locker room, he's probably a great leader and all that, but on-field production, let's call it that. And then you look at Dial. Now, granted, he's hurt now, but they were just now figuring it out that, man, he looks a little bit better at defensive tackle than he does at defensive end. It's like $55 million later, and y'all still don't know where the brother's going to play yet. So it's like, being more expeditiously, judiciously smart with your dollars and where you spend them. Now, Tremaine Edmonds, Poles caught a lot of slack for that contract. Tremaine Edmonds has looked a lot better, under Dennis Allen than he had Flus. And I don't know if
anybody can look better. Anybody can look better under Dennis Allen compared to Flus. Hell,
but like Tremaine Edmonds' contract.
You singing my song?
Were you upset about the level of Tremaine Edmonds' contract previously and thought that he wasn't earning it?
Trip singing my song, dog. You singing my song.
So now that he's earning it, it looks different. But it's just how you spend it and where it is. So right now we got on IR, we got Dial. So that's $55 million. That's not going nowhere. JJ, hopefully he gets back, but that's a lot of millions that's not on the field. Kyler Gordon, as much as we love him, he just got extended, not on the field. So there's a lot of money being spent that is just not on the field.
Let me hit the chorus.
That's par for the course, though, man. We're talking about football, baby.
I'm going to help the whole thing out.
Not today.
I want to remind people, man, my dear brothers that I work with every single week come from a more conservative mindset when it comes to the Bears and how they spend money.
That's not true.
This is a fucking football team. In case you didn't know, it's football. Motherfuckers
no.
Motherfuckers get hurt, and
now let me speak for my damn self. Now let me speak for my damn self.
Let me finish this up. Because when we need something, sometimes it's more important to worry about the need than the dollar.
All right,
that's all.
Now that you said that, here we just passed the trade deadline. Let me hit the chorus now. Now that we passed the trade deadline, I've been saying they ain't gonna spend no money because they ain't got no money. They've been spent all the money already. What are they gonna spend this money on that they don't have? I knew nothing was gonna go down. Ben said it, and this whole time, my brother on the other side been saying, "Oh, they're gonna do some crazy stuff to make sure that they go deep into the playoffs. They have a chance." Yeah, they do. but they'll have a bigger chance next year if they keep some money in the pocket, if they keep some resources reserved to do that. And this is what happened in trade deadline. But more importantly, if we're looking at this entire Ryan Poles thing that Tripp just layered out, he's laid out the song, he sung it. The whole thing, he came in, he cleared the books, he got mad props for clearing the books, and then systematically fucked the books up all over again. That's what happened. I'm just like, I've been saying it for what is he, year 5? I've been saying it for 5 years. Flushed out Khalil Mack, flushed out Robert Quinn, fixed the books, and then systematically messed the books up. We're back in a situation where we're bottom 5 teams with respect to cap space today. I'm not sure if we're better off from a talent perspective. We have more talent in good places, but look where the money is.
Well,
the money is all the places where my boyfriend said it.
It ain't none of our jobs to sit here and count where their fucking money is.
Stop saying that.
They do a good job. They got accountants. They got.
but he's
Hold
right,
on, man. Hold on.
Stop saying that because that hurts his ability to continue to build the team. No. I'm not talking about accounting and shit. No. It just hurts if you don't have any money to spend.
Oh, don't nobody spend money.
Ain't nobody sitting on 60 mil right now, bro. There's not one team sitting on 20 mil right now, bro. Everybody is 10 mil or less, bro. Especially the teams that's trying to compete, bro.
No, there's teams with a fair amount more than we
and they
have.
ain't winning. They ain't winning shit, kids. That's why they sitting on money. Don't nobody want to pay for their asses, boss.
You got to restructure contract.
Check it out, man.
Where's the money?
Check it out.
What I'm saying,
you got the money.
No, I don't. I'm broke. I wish I did because Montez has some money. He's doing all right. But everybody else who got money on the defense ain't playing.
Restructure contracts, kid.
Yeah. It's as simple as that. And I'm put it out there, man. Listen, and a lot of people ain't gonna like it, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Jalen Johnson is a part of the football team next season.
I don't either.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't think so. I don't think he's a part of it. And then too, Ryan Poles has always said that he's going to build this thing. He want to build it to last. And the only way to build something to last in the NFL is through the draft. You can't get nothing sustainable by trying to sign every free agent that's available, And Ryan Poles tried his best to get guys in here, but he was not willing to come up off of draft capital to do that. So it wasn't about the money in the salary cap. It was about the draft capital that he was unwilling to come up off of. And rightfully so, man. You don't come up off of something that you're going to have for a while for a rental. You just don't do that. So in this case of Asante Samuel, if he wants to play, have an opportunity to play right away, this is the place because we have a fucking mass unit. We have a mass unit of secondary guys on the sideline, kids. They all got paid, but they're watching. This kid is not going to demand a whole lot of money.
No,
he can't.
No, he can't. He's not in a position to demand it. This is why I'm saying he's not coming here and leaving. You know what I mean? Without a contract, they will throw it to him. They'll renegotiate what they need to renegotiate to get him there to play. I expect that to happen, and I believe that makes sense. If he's not the guy, then you go back into free agency and you find yourself a corner. Like, we need a corner. They'll find one over the course of the next 2 weeks.
Or listen, man, look, because the way this thing is going, we lack a pass rush, and we have a mass unit of cornerbacks. Chances are we're not going to have a deep playoff run if we get in there because of those two things, right? So. And I think Ryan Poles honestly knows that this is not a Super Bowl team. So he's not finna just sell out because we want him to.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
It's funny how many times I asked that question to Nomad as we're getting towards this trade deadline. Do you believe this is a Super Bowl caliber football team this season or not? And my answer is, unfortunately, as much as I love this team, I don't think that they are.
Well,
I think they will be next year.
It doesn't matter what each and every one of us think. It doesn't even matter. You know what matters right now? It ain't even fucking Ryan Poles. is fucking Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
It's confident.
Yeah,
It's confidence in that young coach. And
I got a question.
if he, hold on, if
D nice,
he feels like that's the move to make, guess what Ryan Poles is going to do. Whether we like it or not, we don't fucking matter when it comes to that. You can have all the opinions you want. It's about Ben Johnson and his young career as a rookie head coach. Do they go all in with Ben Johnson and give him what he wants? If he wants that guy in this building, that guy's going to get to this building by hook or crook. Tell him.
That's
but
true.
Now, with Ben Johnson, he basically has a nice offense. Let's say maybe you upgrade left tackle. Theo's looking good, but maybe you can upgrade him. All right. Maybe you get a running back. But other than that, let's say the offense is set and Ben Johnson says, hey, Ryan Poles, let's holler at Dennis Allen. On this 2026 draft, we're going to go heavy on the defensive side of the ball in the draft. What's on your list, D-Nice?
Pass rusher, corner, safety for sure.
Yep.
And listen, and you pick the best player, at that level of the draft in its respective position. I'm not putting one order in front of the other, but these are all the positions of need.
Yep.
And then, of course, left tackle. But I wouldn't be mad if he finds a veteran left tackle, quality veteran left tackle to sign in free agency, because I think you need a vet there. If you're trying to win right away, I think you need a vet at left tackle. I've always said that. Vet at center and vet at left tackle. Those are mandatory if you're trying to win right away.
Before anybody responds to that, I ain't letting you do that, Trip, because I'm about to take it where we need to go so we can keep flowing. What do we think about this tryon-shoyinka signing? And do you think, I got my thoughts on it, but I'm gonna let everybody get a piece of the meat before I get to it, kids. What do you think about that move?
I'm glad you used the meat, because I made an analogy a while back about a burger versus a slider, and I can have 6 sliders, or I could just get a hamburger. You know what I mean? He's a slider. We got a bunch of sliders. We don't have a hamburger at the edge rusher position. I want one guy who's going to control, manage, and maintain that pass rush. That's what I'm hoping to have.
Yeah,
right?
White Castle made an empire off of sliders.
They did. Everybody buying 6, 7 White Castle sliders over there, man. That's good for White Castle. I'm not sure if it's good for the Chicago Bears. See how I round that out.
You go next, but kids,
let's go clockwise. Let's go to Bishop, and then we're going
all right, Bishop. But before Bishop go, kids, pull up on the private chat there in the Twitter. All right, go ahead, Bishop. And there's something about JTS that we're talking about it. Go ahead, Bishop.
I don't know, man. I'm a pass on this one, man. I'm gonna pass on this one.
Oh, damn.
What the heck?
Okay.
Y'all still there?
Oh,
Now my computer started acting up, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, nice.
Listen, this is a typical Ryan Pace signing.
Pose.
I mean, I'm sorry, Ryan Poles sign. Forgive me.
Yeah. He's
looking for the low risk, high reward type of thing. Especially now, like I said, this signing tells me what he feels about this football team, y'all.
Yeah.
He feels like this team is progressing, but not quite there yet. So what he's doing, he's just adding another body there, which Shoyinka, when he was in Tampa, he played a lot better and he played a lot more than he has with the Browns. So, and I've seen games where he has made plays. This could be a thing, not saying he's gonna come here and be the next Julius Peppers, but this could be a thing where this kid gets a chance to play and gets the opportunity to really show himself.
He's playing at Cleveland. He was behind Myles Garrett, so obviously you ain't getting on the field. Who was the other defensive end on the Browns that is starting or ahead of him?
Couple of dudes.
There's a couple of guys.
So veteran guys that are good players.
Yeah.
So this is like a superfluous kid. And, like D Nice is saying, Ryan Poles' wheelhouse. It's like, wait, young guy, upside? If he was the UDFA, that's just a cherry on top. But this kid was a first round pick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of contrary to what Ryan Poles does, but I ain't mad at him. So you take swings at first round picks where you can, and for the draft capital given up for him, or is it a 6th round? And you get a 7th rounder back. So I mean, yeah, all right, cool. If he is someone who needed time to, develop, or, just more time in the league, getting hungry and hungrier, I could see that happening. And I'm not familiar with him or his play, from college or anything. But kids, if you would share this, the interview that he had.
I got to keep going, man.
Well, we're talking about JTS, right?
Yeah, I just don't be sharing shit. Let's keep going.
But we're talking about JTS.
You should have told me about that, man. We got to keep.
It's 12 seconds.
Good Lord, go ahead, man. God damn.
So he's sharing the screen now.
We'll be sharing momentarily.
Click. You got to click
with me.
Yeah, click on the right stuff. So now he's got 3 names. So this is his introductory press conference at Hallis Hall.
Like Phil
when he's meeting the media for the first time. And so just to get an attitude, just to get an idea of that attitude.
That's what defense is all about, man. That should get you. You feel that? That's what it's about, man. That's what it's about right there.
That's it. There's your clip.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
That was it.
Where's Echo? Who's that?
That was it.
There we go. That was it. I mean, it's just his attitude, and so he's got a little passion, he's got a little fire, and everything that I've heard or seen about him, about his on-field play, he's play through the whistle kind of guy.
So I'll give a little final context to this. So I am saying he's a slider, and it's less of a shot to him than it is to Ryan Poles. I would just like Ryan Poles to fix the problem, right? That's me. End of the day, this is more of a edge replacement for Dial, right? Since Dial is down, he wants to replace on the edge. We might have enough on the interior to handle snaps without Dial, but that's truly what this guy is. From a statistical perspective, him being on the field, he's produced decently. I'm kind of surprised that he's virtually non-existent in Cleveland. So give him a couple of snaps. We'll see what happens. I think he'll actually perform in some capacity as a dedicated edge rusher. I don't see much more than that, though.
Well, let me fill in some blanks here, because I did a deep dive on him. I knew about him when he came out. I watched him when he was at Washington. The thing is, I'm gonna just tell you a little bit of a story, and you got to watch a few interviews. You got to kind of get a sense of where his mindset is. He's a big 6'5", 265 pounds, somewhere in that neighborhood. He's listed at 6'2", 262, 263, sometimes 260. He's listed at 260 coming here. The thing is, in the defense that was run over there with Todd Bowles, it's a lot of hybrid stuff going on. It's a lot of getting off the line of scrimmage, 2-point stances, falling back into coverage at different points in the game, and that's not really his game. Listen to him talk enough. What he really prefers to do is put his fingers in the dirt and get downhill. That's where he's at home. That comes through on the tape. It came through on the tape when he was at Washington. Came through on the tape when he was at Tampa Bay. And I believe if they are really good at what I think they're good at, is figuring out what somebody's good at doing and asking him to do that thing. And that's put your hands in the dirt and get downhill, pin your ears back, and go. That's why I think in this system, you're probably going to see a whole lot different Tryon-Shoyinka than you've been seeing wherever. He only played 31 snaps in Cleveland. Yeah. They knew that this was an opportunity for them to play. have a chance to make a run in the playoffs. That's how they seen that team. They brought him in for a playoff run to have depth in the rotation. Since they realized real quick that wasn't going to happen, they minimized his snaps. So he only got 31 snaps so far. So you can't really judge the Cleveland effort based on anything other than they realized that we need to get something for this guy. They only got a 6th-round pick for him. So I think under the circumstances, only giving up a 6th-round pick, getting us a 7 in return, the value for this football player that I know is high. You put him in position so he can pin his ears back and get down like I know he can get down. And I think people are going to be satisfied as long as they keep that mindset to him. Let him put his fingers in the dirt. Let him rush. That's what he wants to do. That's what he's good at.
I think the big question, is how does he fit from a physical standpoint? Because he doesn't really. He's not really the prototype for a Dennis Allen defense.
Yes, he is.
Well, no, Dennis Allen likes bigger. He likes bigger line defensive linemen, especially on the ends. He liked those guys like at that 280 mark, 285, between 275 and 285. On the defense, on the edge, he likes those guys like that. He likes heavier guys up front. Now, he and Booker, I think they're probably around the same. You may have Booker by a little bit, but I think they're the same type of guys. High motor guys that like man said, like to put their hands in the ground and get after the quarterback.
Now, D Nice, what I overheard, and I heard this from a national perspective, from some former players who said that this particular defense that Dennis Allen is running, this guy fits this type of scheme for Dennis Allen. And what was said was what we're getting ready to see. We're getting ready to start seeing the transformation from Flus to a Dennis Allen defense. So there's going to be some guys, as you had mentioned before, about an overhaul on the back end of the defense. We're going to see an overhaul on the front end of this defense also, because again, we got guys injured. There's a lot of things that's been taking place. And they said that this was a Dennis Allen call in terms of going to get this young man. So
he has experience with him. So yeah, that's cool.
It seems like that. I think we're getting ready to start seeing that real transformation now that certain guys are coming up to the end of their contracts, or to where we can essentially be able to break away from them and not have a lot of dead cap money left on the books. So, it's possible, man, that this kid might stick around too. That's why it's going to be real interesting to see how the last half of this schedule plays out. But I think this young man is going to play himself into a long-term contract with the Bears.
I kind of know what the answer to this is going to be, but I got to ask you guys this question. We got Shoyinka. We answered a question that we had, after Dial went down. We fixed that. We possibly, let's look ahead and say, let's just say we get Asante Samuel Jr. We get that guy. Do you think there was enough done under the circumstances if you acquire both of those guys? Start with you, kids, and we'll go around clockwise.
Do I think he got the job done?
Do you think they answered the questions that we had on the roster?
Effectively, the questions were, you need some help on the edge with Dominique Robinson and Dio down. Yeah, this is a body on the edge that will provide pass rush support. Like he's good at what he does. I will give him that. He gets to the quarterback, or has been known to do so in the NFL. So I'm not going to completely poo-poo on this maneuver. So I don't mind it. It will do what they need. They'll have a pretty decent pass rush rotation. That being said, if you get Asante Samuel on the back end as well, you've bought yourself time for some of the bodies to come back, aka Kyler Gordon. Hopefully he's coming back at some point. I think those two bodies work. I never thought at any point that you go into this trade deadline in with desperation and start throwing dollars and capital out. You fill the holes, you plug the holes, as you need. Get this team into the freaking playoffs. Get them into the playoffs by hook or by crook, and then prepare this team for their journey to be a dynasty, because I think we're on the way.
Yeah, I'm good with what Poles did because first of all, there was this is not a one player a way away from a Super Bowl, as the expression goes. So it's about building more toward the future. And JTS, I think because of the injury situation, whether it be the trade deadline or not, that was a trade that would have happened because of the need. With Dom Rob down, with Shamar Turner out, with Dale out, that whole D line, they need some help. And JTS seems to, according, what Bishop is saying here, if Dennis Allen is the impetus behind this move, this trade, he's the kind of player. He is the player or one of the players I want on my defense going forward. Now we can, I'm sure, re-sign or extend or whatever the terminology is for the contract. JTS at a very decent price, I would assume. I mean, granted, he was a former first round pick, but it's not like he's gonna get that kind of former first round pick money, right, Kid?
No, he wasn't getting snaps, right? Like he wasn't getting snaps, so clearly he's not the guy that he could be. Let's see who he is, and they're gonna pay him accordingly. Same token, he's probably looking at it between him and Asante Samuel. They're probably both looking at a 2-year deal with regular NFL money, a couple mil here, a couple mil there, as Tony Montana.
Well, the question was, did they do enough? Do you feel
yeah, but that's enough. I mean, so going forward with JTS, that would be, because he addressed the need of defensive of edge, but and Asante Samuel, if he was to sign, would address a need at cornerback, which is a need, and it wouldn't be for draft capital, it would just be for money of which they could, create. So yeah, I think it's enough without overextending the team and over encumbering with lack of draft compensation or money wise. So yeah, it's like you do what you can do and you keep it moving.
All right, D, what you think, man? You think if they got those 2 acquisitions solid, you think we did enough for right now?
Hey man, he put a band-aid. They put a band-aid over the wound, man. Now, what kind of wound it is? Gunshot, stab wound, or minor scrape. You know what I'm saying? I let you be the judge of that, but he put a band-aid or ace bandage over a wound, man. So, and we were wounded in those areas, and it showed on the football field. He did what he was allowed to do without compromising the draft capital. So yeah, I give him props for that. Because it wasn't like he wasn't trying. But like I said, the moves he made is telling us what he feels about this football team. We can't be fans enough. We can't be so fanatic that we ignore that part of it.
I hear that. Well, real quick before you go, Bishop, hold on. Let me make sure I give this man his proper due because the super chat just came in and I want to give him the proper. Hold on 1 second. I got a dead mouse right here. Not a real mouse, but a dead.
I was going to say, whoa, now.
Hold on. Shout out to Cloud Chasers Radio for the 199 super chat. Halfway through the season, how are we feeling? And you know what? We're going to get right back to that question, man. Let me put a star on that comment because that's important. We'll just leave it up there. Bishop, finish about this whole thing with did we do enough under the circumstances?
Okay, so I'm going to put it into this type of I'm going to conceptualize it like this. There's a couple things that led to the decision that Ryan Poles made. 1, the schedule, 2, our record, 3, injuries. So if you think about it, it started out with bringing in CJ. So we brought in CJ, even though it was before the trade deadline and all that. But again, another guy that was pretty much on the street. Brought him in. Now you go out and you bring in the young man to be the edge rusher. And if by chance we bring in Asante Samuel Jr., it's addressing some things that are immediate, but more importantly, again, where polls see the team. And right now, I think the goal is just to get into the playoffs. We know that we're, more than one or two players away. Plus, I forgot to mention as well, I'm quite sure they talk to the training staff, the doctors, to see who's returning and when these guys are returning. So can kind of round out the last part of this schedule with the additions that they made. And I think with the additions that they made, with who we have returning and where we're at right now in the standings, yes, I'll be more definitive with that. Yes, if by chance we are able to sign, if he's ready, and if he can clear Asante Samuel Jr., if by chance he clears everything and we are able to sign him, then I would say unequivocally yes, to get us at least to sniff in the playoffs, if not in the playoffs. And I honestly think that we could possibly get in because of how horrid the NFC East is, get in and not be a wild card team. So to answer the question, at this point, I would have to say I would lean more toward a yes, based off of the two moves as far as CJ and JTS. So
to that point, man, Bishop pretty much said everything I wanted to say. I think if they get Asante Samuel inside Halleshorn and keep him here, that pretty much rounds it out for me. And I feel good about those acquisitions. And I'm glad you brought up CJ, man, because I think that got left out of all this conversation. That was a very good move. And it was a need, but also a very good move. I remember arguing with kids about it, but I figured at this point, once Kyler was down and was going to be down for several weeks, I felt like they had no choice but to do that. I didn't foresee when me and Kez got into it about it or went back and forth about it, Kyler was still healthy, I think.
You can get into it. I just don't like the brother.
I know why you don't like CJ, and I wasn't the biggest fan of him. But this is the thing I thought about too, kids, and this is why I actually kind of glad that we do have CJ, especially going into the last half of this schedule.
I'm glad because he is an asshole.
I feel every team needs a Dennis Rodman, and he's our Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. All right, man. You know what? You guys are going to like this last question because it's going to make you peel back the layers of your mind and just give a straight up answer and let the chips fall where they may after you answer that question, after you answer this question. Based on what you've seen so far through one half of the season, D, Kids, Trips, and Bishop, starting with Kids, do you feel confident that this is a playoff team? If it's yeah or nay, just color it in a little bit.
Okay. I believe that this is a playoff. I believe that this is a playoff caliber team. I can pretty well keep it short and sweet and say that if what we just discussed is what happens, if they are able to get a little bit of help in that secondary, whether it's Asante Samuel Jr. or somebody else, they need a body in the secondary. I might also postulate that if they could find another body for the defensive line as far as the DT position is concerned, I think that would be helpful as well. So those are the two things that I'll say. A free agent in both of those capacities would complete what I think they need to make a playoff run this season.
I would say yes, because right now, halfway through the season, the Bears are in the hunt. You heard. And I do believe that this offense is young and up and coming. And can get into a shootout and do that if necessary. Now, the issue comes in on the defense and the special teams. Now, a reason, not an excuse, can be injuries because the injuries to the secondary and all that filters down to the special teams because now your core special teamers are up on defense and you got, guys that working at Circuit City last week or a few decades ago when they went out of business, playing the secondary. But the issue will arise because even though the injuries happened going into the season, the secondary was supposed to be a strength, have depth, and that the buffed up defensive line would be stopping the run. Those are still issues, and now with the injuries, those will continue to be issues for the rest of the season. Now they can smoke and mirror it a little bit by getting turnovers, but unless there is more consistent pressure, it doesn't matter if it's Asante Samuel Jr. or CJ Gardner, the secondary is going to be toasted. So it's got to start up front. And if JTS can be like a switch that can line up opposite of whoever who's left on to defensive ends, Hardy, Booker, and Sweat, is that all we got basically now? So if he can be something that can add a layer of quarterback hurries, that makes everybody look better, and that could help further, the advancement of this team. But the key is right now just to get to the playoffs and get that experience and then build from there.
So I forgot. Did you say you think you feel confident this is a playoff team?
To get there, yeah.
Okay. All right. D Nice, what up?
If things stand like they are, nope. But we're better than last year. But we're not playoff worthy if things stay like they are. Listen, these turnovers are great, but they're predicated on the offense starting hot and getting out to, decent leads and forcing teams to play one dimensional because our defense, sucks. We have trouble against the run, and then now our depth is compromised. Now we got pass issues. When we play good quarterbacks, which we will do, at least 5 or 6 games remaining in this season, I only see 3 wins left if things stay like they are. I'm just being honest with you. I'm just being honest, bro. If things stay like they are, I only see 3 wins. I only see 3 wins remaining in this season. Now, people may laugh and call me a liar. So be it. But I'm just telling you from, based off the way I feel. If things stay like they are, we having issues offensively, okay, which can be fixed. But the issues defensively are not going to be able to be fixed till the offseason. That's just what it is. The offense is a work in progress. It's very inconsistent. We have the ability to score 30 a game. But is it going to go like that? Probably not.
What say you, Bishop?
Okay. I had to take a sip of some scotch on that one.
Now watch out.
I'm not going to lie. I'm with D Nice with regard to, do I think, first of all, let me answer the question. It really depends on a couple factors. Key factor is the discipline of our offense and the identity of our offense. And I think we have a chance if we can really establish our run game. The key going to really be to keep the opposing offense off the doggone field as much as possible moving forward. So we got to really establish a run game. And I like what I saw this past game, and I think we need to really double down on that. 2, Caleb Williams. We are going to really need him to take that additional step. We saw a glimmer of it this past game in the last 2 minutes of the game. To me, I mean, he had some good showings throughout the game, but I was really impressed with how he approached that last series. He wasn't rattled, and that told me a lot from a guy that's only had 24 starts in the NFL. Now, defensively, I have to agree with D Nice. We have to really buckle down defensively, man, because we've been hemorrhaging against the run, and now we've been and lately we've been suffering against the pass because we haven't been able to get a pass rush. So hopefully, with the addition of this young man and bringing Austin Booker back now and healthy, and let's please keep him healthy. Let's hope he stays healthy. I think, and then we got Dom Robb. Not like Dom Robb is no standout, but adding him to that defensive line also, and just his athleticism and what he was showing before his injury, there's hope there. So can we be a playoff team? I believe we can, but those are the key factors. And it really comes down to Caleb Williams. It's on his shoulders to take this team into the playoffs. And I saw that look, D Nice. And the reason I'm gonna put it on him is because he was the number one pick, brother. That's why I'm putting that on him because you said you wanted to be coached hard. You wanted this guy that you have for your head coach as your coach. Now, brother, you got the keys to the Maserati. What are you gonna do with it, baby? And it's up to him, you know. And how and when Swift comes back, how are you going to insert him and use him in this offense to help everything out and bring and tie everything together? But can we make the playoffs right now? I mean, we're in one of the second most, if not the most competitive division in the NFL. But I really believe out of what I saw, and I watched both the other games as well, Minnesota's game as well as Green Bay's game. And I'm here to tell you, in Detroit's game, I believe that we have a great opportunity to get into the playoffs because, again, the NFC East sucks. So I'm not even concerned with them. I mean, they got three teams, and it's only one team coming out of that division that's going to make the playoffs. So I think we have a good chance. Yes.
I would say this, man, and this is gonna make you scratch your head a little bit. One of the good things that can come out of an injury bug, that the fact that we had those early, the fact that we've had the injury bug early in the season is a little bit of a blessing in disguise. Because not only are you giving some of your depth an opportunity to get out there and get some reps and really get their flow in the offense or the defense. Let's just say even, Luther Burden, who knows, he might be out for another week. Whenever he comes back, that might give a chance for DJ to go sit down for a little while and get rested up a little bit. Maybe they can find a reason to keep him on the bench for a couple of weeks just to give him some rest. He needs that. Going into the second half of the season, you talking about you got a chance to get Kyler Gordon back. You got a chance to get, it's a couple other guys, Dom Robb, different things like that. Those are opportunities for you to be a little bit more stronger than you are right now coming towards the meat of the season. That's the end. You want to be your best at the very end of the season. Right now, we've seen some good, we've seen some bad, offensively and defensively. What I tell you, just based off my composite of everything I've seen, to the offensive side of the ball, I do see Caleb Williams. What I'm not seeing yet is the consistency we need. That's what it is. It's just about making opportune plays when you can make them. Don't be missing opportunities. Once he gets to I think they've been doing a good job of finding a rhythm for him early in the game, but seems like after those first 12 to 15 plays, that scripted stuff, he gets a little shaky every single time. And so once he gets to a point where, hey, dog, you floating this boat by yourself. You got to make some decisions out here. You can't lean on me all the time. You're going to have to make some decisions on the field and make this team. You got to put it on your back. So to that point, Bishop is right. It's going to be a certain point where he has to put this shit on his back. And am I confident that he has what it takes in him? I'm very confident late in the game. But in between the first and that last part of the game is where he's got to get better.
Now, fellas, listen, I hear y'all about Caleb being the number 1 pick and all of that, but once the offense gets off the field, this young man goes to the sideline, right? This number 1 pick, he goes to the sideline, and he has to watch kickoffs get ran back, right? He got to watch.
I knew you was gonna go there, partner.
He gotta watch a 40-plus-year-old quarterback throw for damn near 500 yards. Nothing he can do about it. There's nothing he can do about it. And I see somebody in the chat say, well, the 47 points are inconsistent. That's a good problem to have. We're not playing the Bengals every week. And you see how, that game gave a lot of people cardiac arrest. And that's the worst defense in the league.
My old ass.
Triple R had to check me midway through the game.
Okay? Listen, bro.
You okay?
My old ass was over here hyperventilating and shit.
Fellas, it's just certain things this young quarterback is not going to be able to overcome. And you don't ask the best of the best to overcome these things here, because I bet you if Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs couldn't play good situational defense, they wouldn't have won the past couple of Super Bowls.
I would say this, D. Also, this is another point, and this will be the last thing we talk about. It's a couple, 2 or 3, maybe even more than that. It's a few hurdles I want to see this team jump. Mm-hmm. Next thing I want to see them do is be a qualified, tough ass, perennial, these motherfuckers always in the playoffs kind of team. I want to see them match up with them, go nose to nose, tough for tough, and come out with a dub. That's one of the boxes I want to see them check.
You look at our schedule, you look at our remaining schedule, and you tell me which box in the teams that you're describing, not these others, because like I said, I see 3 more wins. You tell me what you see and who you see and what you describe, the Bears gonna beat playing like they playing.
All I can say is any given Sunday, bro. Any given Sunday.
I gotta jump in on this real quick. I'm sorry, kids. I gotta throw this in here really quick, man. I think one thing we are doing that we gotta temper our thoughts on one thing. We're 5-3, and we have yet to have our entire team, as far as starters on both sides of the football, playing consistently together.
Thank you.
We've had guys that have been hurt, regardless on whether it's been both sides of the football or one side versus the other. And at this present time right now, I mean, our defense, man, we want to see better performance from our defense, but hell, we've been playing with second, third stringers in our secondary, and we've been able to pull out. We've been able to get takeaways, and we've been able to at least still find ways to win a football game. And the fact that they have been able to find ways to win football games and not quit is the reason why I lean more toward the fact that I think they can get to the playoffs, because they've been through some grind them out to where now that mentality in their head is if we're within a score, 10 points, a 2-score game, we have the opportunity and the ability to squeak out a game. And I think when it comes to if you look at our coaching staff, we have one of the better coaching staffs that can get us over that hurdle. It's really, again, come down to the guys on the field making the plays. But let's give these guys a little bit of grace with regard to what we've been seeing on the field in terms of players. We've had Kyler Gordon out of 8 games. We've had him 2-3 games.
And he was playing, he wasn't playing good those games at all.
I mean, he had one very good game. I mean, we haven't had JJ at all. May not see him in a Bears uniform again, period, for at least another. I don't think he's going to come back next season at all, period. With the extent of the injury that he's had, I don't see him returning next season. So he'll probably be out again next season.
Well, JJ?
I don't think that.
No, JJ, he's talking about coming back healthy.
No,
you know,
bro.
into this season.
I just saw a video of him, man. He ain't not this season.
Oh
No.
damn!
Wow.
I just saw a video of that guy, man,
Hey,
on Twitter, bro. He ain't coming back this
Hey,
season.
shoot that shit to me on the phone when you get a
Yeah.
chance.
I personally think he's in another uniform next season.
I don't.
Will
I don't think they're
Smith,
gonna. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna toss him away that quick. D Nice.
Well, does JJ fit in DA's defense?
Yes.
JJ fits in anybody's defense. He's a man and body up
Yes.
on
Yes.
I'm just saying.
Hey, you know what, fellas?
Let's body up.
You know what, fellas? I think the true test for any team that feels like I do feel like Ben Johnson feels, and you got to remember this, man. We always have to remember this. Number one, we got a quarterback in his second offense as a Chicago Bear. Number one, we got that going on. We got him on a learning curve. We also have an entire offense and an entire defense on a learning curve, all doing this stuff for the first time with these guys. And for them to be able to eke out, however they had to get them through that process to get 5 wins and the trajectory to be looking up, man, I'm telling you, I say any given Sunday for a reason, because when I see a team finding ways to dig out wins like that, that's a team I want to attach something to and just keep an eye on. If I wasn't a Bears fan, I'd be like, man, keep an eye on the fucking Bears, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Guys, they're
You got
just
to take that hat off for a minute and look at it that way.
They're
That's
just
real.
learning how to win now, right? That's how I see it, and that's why I don't expect this to be a Super Bowl caliber team. The question was playoffs. I believe that they can potentially make the playoffs. Part of the discussion that you just brought up, D, and that you responded to, Bishop, is just that attrition and that injury. The special teams unit is also just as decimated as everything else. So Dom Rob's a special teamer. He's
There
gone.
you go.
Travis
Right.
Homer only just got back. Ahmed Al-Baghdadi that hasn't been a part of the special teams equation. Ruben Hippolyte then has been out. He's also now not part of the special teams equation. So yeah, we're seeing folks run ruckshot on us.
Hold on for 1 second.
Nobody's there to help out.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I apologize for interrupting you, but I want to point out something very important towards in the next several weeks, when we get to about, I say anywhere between now and week 16 weeks to the end of the season, there's going to be teams, and just remember this, there's going to be teams that have veteran guys on that team that they may ask for their release. And those guys will be out there. Yeah, that happens every single year.
I don't know what you're talking about. Keep going.
What do you think I'm talking about?
I don't know. Keep going. I'm trying to follow
They
you.
might cut guys just because guys ask them to be. They might cut a guy.
Okay.
A veteran football player, that happens on a regular basis.
But that's only if your team is in my time mode, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like if
there's several teams that will be in that mode, and there's several good players on those teams.
So
on our remaining schedule,
that's exactly. So let's talk about who's
No.
on
I'm talking about acquiring free agents if they get cut.
Just picking up extra bodies. Picking up extra bodies.
Understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about acquiring a free agent later on down the road.
Okay. I thought like D. I was right there with you, D. Because same token, let's talk about who's left over. So we're up against the Giants this week. Thank you. I think this is a game we can win without too much trouble. Minnesota should you know what I mean? Should damn well win. Minnesota Vikings in week 11. I think we can win this game as well. This is in Minnesota. It's gonna be loud. But
Payback, baby.
Should bitch, and I think we win this game.
Payback game.
All right. Following that, we see a certain Mr. Aaron Rodgers. The Pittsburgh Steelers come to Chicago.
We whooping that ass.
And I think this is finally the time that we finally get one up over Aaron Rodgers. I think
we whooping that ass.
I'm just saying, Ben Johnson has been, in my opinion, thus far this season, he's like the mother of dragons or some shit. He's the destroyer of narratives and all bullshit stories. And I think that's the Aaron Rodgers owns the Chicago
Where's
Bears.
that game? Where's that game played at, kids?
That is in Chicago. I think the Chicago
We whooping
Bears
that ass.
game, and I think we just we bury that narrative. After that, we go and we face the Green Bay Packers. This is
Whooping
where
that ass.
Whoa!
Not the Eagles
where
first.
things get real.
The Eagles is Black Friday.
Oh, did I miss Eagles? My bad. 13 is the Eagles. Sorry, 13 is Eagles. Things get real with the Eagles.
That's a loss. Okay? Shit, I ain't finna
call it as you will. This is where things get real. We're up against the Super Bowl the Super Bowl champs. They've had an up and down season,
and they got a tough schedule leading up to getting to us. So they're gonna get beat up. They're gonna be beat up a little bit by the time they get to us. So
Kids, make it quick for me, man, because we got a lot of shit.
Hey, man, I'm just going through this. There's only a couple more games left. So Philadelphia Eagles on week 13. We'll see what happens. Green Bay follows that. We'll see what happens. Those are the two. End of the day, that's the litmus test. Those two games. If we can even 50-50 split these games, this is a playoff caliber team. If they lose both of these games, you'll have your answer. If they win both of these games, they may go a little bit deeper than we all thought.
We're going to lose 3 straight.
Hey, we might.
Aaron going to beat us.
Who? Aaron? You think so?
Yeah.
No,
the way this defense is constructed, bro, and the way this special team is constructed, we're going to lose to Pittsburgh, bro.
Bro, Aaron ain't throwing no more than 10 yards, man. D-Night, you got to shave your beard off, bro. You got to shave your beard off, D-Night.
I'm telling you, bro.
This is the first time I ain't like your ass, man. You tripping.
I'm sorry. Listen, look, this hurts me to say, man.
Okay.
It hurts me to say.
D-Night, you got to join me, bro. You got to shave the beard off, baby. You got to shave the beard off.
What is Ben Johnson's projection for the next quarter? Is it 3-1?
Don't stop asking questions, man. We got to get ready.
But Ben Johnson's he's broken it down into quarters, and he said like the first quarter of the season, second quarter of the season. For the first quarter of the season, they went, 5-3. They were happy with that. So the second quarter of the season, I don't know what the measure is, the number. But there is a number. It's like if we go 3-2, we are good with that, or whatever it is. So if anybody knows that, put it in the chat, and we'll share it with you.
Yeah, but please don't answer that question because we do have to finish this up. Any last thoughts before we get out of Bears content? Really quick thoughts, man. Any last thoughts that you didn't get off your chest? Go ahead right now.
Well, I didn't get the other half of the remaining schedule off my chest, but let's just end the Bears stuff and go on to new things.
I'm gonna say this, man, because I'm gonna get ready to slide out, fellas. But I'm gonna say this, man. Aaron Rodgers has not been Aaron Rodgers. But the primary thing with Pittsburgh is their defense has been horrible. They had one good game, which was this past game, defensively. So I don't see them as a threat, other than the fact that Aaron Rodgers has mentally been brain fucking us for years. So. But I think that's coming to an end. The team that the only team that I really see to me that's going to be a real problem for us leading up to Thanksgiving is Pittsburgh. Not Pittsburgh, but Philadelphia. And they're finna go through a fucking gauntlet before they get to us. So ain't no telling how they're gonna be looking by the time they get to us, man. But I'm riding with my guys. I'm riding with Ben Johnson. I think that we're going to see some things defensive. Plus, we got some guys that should be returning before Thanksgiving. That's going to help us as well. Again, I keep saying, pay attention to the back half of this schedule, man. And with that, I'm out of it. But I'm telling you now, D-Nice, we beat Pittsburgh, bro. I want to see a clean face, baby. Come on and join me, man. Come on and join me, bro.
Hey, make sure you come on back so we can argue some more.
Yes, indeed. I ain't gonna run from it, but I just listen, bro. The way this defense is, man, the way these holes that we have, and the way these special teams is, I just don't see us beating a team like that.
We got guys coming back, man. Things are gonna tighten up, man. We got some guys on the way back, man. Kyler will be back in the next couple weeks. We got some guys coming. Dom Robb is expected to be back in a couple weeks.
Fellas, so you don't understand how right I hope you guys are. Like, for real. Like, I don't
I understand, bro.
I don't want it like this, but it's bad, man. It's bad. And we're making it look good we making it look good with this 5-3 record, and our record should be a lot better. It should be better. It should be.
Should it be better, or did we
should.
expect us to be 5-3 right now, D Nice? Honestly, did you expect for us to be 5-3 right now?
Well, hell, I expected us to be 6-2 because I expected us to beat Baltimore, man. I did.
You came into the season thinking we'd beat Baltimore, or you thought we would beat Baltimore without.
Well, I expected us to beat Baltimore because of the circumstances.
Okay,
it was no Lamar Jackson.
Okay, fair enough. Because I was going to say, I know damn well at the beginning of the season you didn't think we was beating no damn Baltimore.
No. I mean, but when the things fell the way they fell, I chalked that as a win.
And that's fair, man. That's fair because I thought we should have beat them as well. But the officiating was fucked up too. But I ain't gonna put it on them because we didn't play good football.
Yeah.
Period. We didn't play good football.
All right. If I don't stop this, it ain't gonna never stop.
No, it ain't. Because I'm gonna keep it going.
The world is in the Bears universe, man. It's the way it is. And so if y'all ain't got no problem with other content outside Bears content, hang around. But if you don't want to do that, it's okay, man. You can go ahead and bounce if you want to. But y'all make sure you come on back. I love the arguments, and I love the back and forth. This is cool, man. We got to do this more often.
Yes, indeed. Anytime, man.
Look, I'm gonna say this to everybody. No Maniacs, it's always a pleasure. You will be seeing a lot more of me. Trust me when I tell you that. You will be seeing a lot more of me. No, man, thanks for letting me jump in. Kans, my man, it's been good to be on the screen with you, baby.
Yeah, brother.
Did you enjoy that birthday yesterday, my brother? Did you enjoy your birthday yesterday? You know who I'm talking to.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
How was dinner? Was dinner good, bro?
It was delicioso.
But dessert was even better, wasn't it?
Yummy, yum to my tummy. That's why I'm a fatty.
I thought so. D Nice, my brother, I'm gonna have to holler at you offline. You know, we got some catching up to do. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
But with that being said, the bishop is out of here. Love everybody, man. Peace and love.
Peace.
Right on, Bishop.
Peace, Bishop.
All right, let's do this, man. D, how you feel about doing? We're gonna do some Doomsday Preppers kind of content. I don't know how you feel about that genre.
What's that?
Doomsday Prepper.
What is that?
You about to find out?
I'm about to show you right now. So this is kind of Trip segment has become kind of, I think, when you say so, Triple R. So let's just start here where we need to start. So I thought about this pretty hard, man. Let me just put it on the screen. And Triple R, you can take it from there if you want to.
Let's see. 11 must-have items that won't expire. Salt, sugar, honey, canned meats, long grain rice, pasta, noodles, beans, canned fruit, veggies, alcohol, oats, and powdered milk.
And let me before you embellish here, Trip, let me say this. I don't do this because I think it's just a cool genre. It's part of me that really believes in this kind of mindset and making sure you're prepared and making sure that when you always ready, you ain't never got to get ready. And I think we live in a crazy time right now. And so my urgency is to make sure that people understand things that you can do. This is just regular stuff. You don't even have to be a prepper to do these kinds of things. These are basic things that I think every person should have kind of stockpiled inside of wherever their residence is. So, but go ahead, Trips.
Yeah, because if you look at the items on this list, each can be a condiment individually or a meal individually. So you space it out. This is something that can stretch for as many mouths as you have to feed. It's a whole it'll stick to your ribs kind of stuff, you know, the rices and the pastas and the beans. It has a little fruit, you know, so you don't get the scabies, you know, a few veggies and all that stuff. But if you look at some of the recipes that Nomad put up earlier, you can put
scurvy.
Yeah, that's when you don't eat fruit, like the pirates used to get.
I know you said scabies, but like a sexually transmitted disease that you might. from
Well, you
poking.
know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I'm just saying, but people don't. I'm just making sure that people know not that like if you're hitting it, you're not gonna get
Shut
scurvy.
the fuck up, kids. Let the man finish, baby.
Your scurvy, scabies, skittles, whatever the hell.
You gonna tell me this
You
shit?
eat your fruit. Eat your fruit.
Man,
So,
finish,
so you're
man.
healthy and get enough sun. You know, so
All
your vitamin deficiencies don't go down. But you know, so you get breakfast, you got lunch, you got dinner on there, and alcohol isn't the drinking alcohol, kids. Settle down. It's more of the sterilization alcohol.
There's some of that too.
But well, that too. But you know, because I guess if you do like you know a shot of vodka or gin or tequila or whatever, if it's cold out, that'll warm your bones. But if you put not all, but if you get a pot and you throw in some canned meats, excuse me, and beans and pasta or rice, you know, you can make a stew or a stroganoff or you know a one pot dish, you know, that has everything in it, veggies included, that you can eat and not need a lot of tools, pots and pans, dishware to cook, and you don't only need one, let's say, pilot light or butane, not butane lighter, but propane torch stoves, cooktops. If you're cooking, you know, stealth wise, so you get some foods that are also transportable. You know, you can put many of these in a backpack and it might be got a little weight to it, but they're mobile. So if you got to move to a safer location, you got your pantry with you.
Can I throw a couple 2 cents in here? A couple things here, just really quick. The canned meats, like mostly everything you see on the screen is good for 20, 30 years and beyond. Salt, sugar, honeys. I mean, I don't know about the honeys, depending on how that's packaged. But the canned meats, I would give you some caution. I think the porks, the beefs, and the chickens are fine, but you got to be careful with the seafood. Any kind of fish. That's my advice to you is if you go down this road and you find yourself in a situation, you got this kind of stuff sitting around, you smell it first. And the smell test is going to tell you everything you need to know. It's going to be a little funky because it's in a can, right? But the fish is what I would avoid stacking so much tuna fish. That's what people usually like. A lot of tuna fish, but that I don't think has a longer shelf life than your porks, your beefs, and that's just seafood. You know what I'm saying? Another thing is also the salts. Here's a I'm gonna put something else on the screen real quick, Trips, and we'll go back to this list if you need us to. This is a Mylar bag. This is a Mylar food bag. This is from my own experience. When it comes to salt, when it comes to sugar, granular stuff like that, take that stuff. Like if you see a iodized salt container in the store and you go buy it and you want to stack it for later use, take that shit out of that goddamn container and put it in a Mylar bag and make sure it's sealed tight. Because what's going to happen is that salt and that sugar is going to start coming together. All the moisture is going to come out of it and it's going to turn into a rock. But if you put it in this Mylar bag and keep it sealed, it'll stay loose. You get what I'm saying?
Also, with that, with the Mylar bags, after you consume whatever in them, that Mylar is the same material as like those astronaut blankets. If you're familiar with those, they fold down real small. Then you unfold them and they'll keep you warm. They look like a big ass piece of tinfoil, but it's Mylar. And so you take these bags and you put them in between layers of your clothing. Let's say if you are in a winter condition type thing and it's cold outside, you got layers on between, you know, your sweater, your hoodie, your coat, whatever. Put Mylar newspaper, torn up cardboard between your layers of clothing, and that'll help keep you insulated. So once you utilize some of the materials, like the food stuffs, you can use many of those cans. Now you do a little transformation with them, and now you can use them as cook supporting utensils. Also, so you know, reusing things.
Also, Trips, just for the record,
Repurposing.
these bags right here, as you see, this is a 12-ounce bag. And what you can't tell on this graphic, because you just can't tell on the graphic, these bags sit up. These bags sit upright. So you can put a lot of stuff in here. D, you've been quiet the whole time. You have any thoughts or any questions about
Listen, I'm taking it all in, man. It seems like we're looking forward to some Book of Eli stuff, man.
Hey, we don't know where we headed, but I know this.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I agree with you. It's some crazy times out here, but I'm just taking it. I'm taking it in right now. I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah, but these bags sit up. They come in various sizes. This is a 50-piece set that comes for 8, but you cannot beat this. It's food security. Now, once you put anything in a Mylar bag or any kind of bag, it's basically a foolproof Super Duty Ziploc is what it is that sits up. That's the best way to describe what this thing is. I got rice and beans and all this kind of stuff stored down there. Not a whole hell of a lot of it, but enough to get me. I can live for about a year, me and my girlfriend, just because, you know, I put some stuff away, spent some money to do it. But back to your list of Trips. Let me put that back up there real quick.
Oh, and some people might be familiar with the Mylar bags when they go to the dispensary, you know, and they get the sticky icky. You know, it's not the 12-ounce bag, you know, unless you're living like that. You know, it's a little bit smaller, you know, by about 11 ounces. But it's those kind of bags.
Also, when you get
math, Trip.
When you get that bag is important for when you get like all the stuff you see on here besides the canned goods. All the stuff you see on here, those all that rice, the long grain rice, all those pastas and all that kind of stuff is only good for so long unless you put it in and also if you have a vacuum seal, you can really vacuum seal one of those bags and really make it tight. Depends on what you got. But if you want stuff for long term, you got to invest a little bit. And so I just wanted to say that. So the oats, pastas, all that kind of stuff needs to go in one of these bags.
And so now also looking at those things, just think about some ancillary tools that you will need. First of all, you're going to need a can opener. And even if those cans nowadays got the little finger pull tab thing, you know, those shits break all the damn time. So you got to have a can opener and not one of the fancy, you know, nah, just get one that you can manually work around like the military has.
She got one and get on my
Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, Swiss Army knife, all of that. So you have to be able to, you know, access and open the materials. If you have the resources, get I guess it would be like camping cookware because it's more mobile, it's more light, it's more transportable, but it's very functional. And you can cook all of that with those materials and they collapse within themselves and you can keep it moving because if you're going to be on foot, you're going to want to be able to sustain yourself and travel without over encumbering yourself. So this is a very basic list of just edible things to have in addition to the previous list of emergency items in the previous go bag. And D-Nice, and for anybody who didn't see those episodes, go back to previous extra sauces. And if you scroll through like for the first like 3 hours, I think, because we go a long time, D-Nice. You know how we do over here though.
Indeed.
But you'll get to the when you see Nomad's drop intro for the prepping stuff, there's a whole list of go bag stuff materials. And maybe, you know, we can cut these into shorts or something. I don't know. But this is in addition to what you should have on hand, you know, all the time.
Most of the stuff that I put on here is basically because I have a house, and you basically when things start going left, if things start going left, you start trying to secure the home front right away. And to secure the home front, you got to make sure you have the right things in there. So you're not in that scrum that everybody's running to the grocery store, running to here, running to there, the damn drugstore, Walgreens and CVS and all that kind of stuff, because you got all that stuff at home. And so you can allow that scrum to take place and you be fine. You just watch the scrum going on. You good. And once the scrum clears, if you had to go out and get some stuff, that shit's over. That's the point of this. And I was trained by a bunch of Marines and ex-firemen and all these different dudes that showed me the value of you may not ever need this stuff. It's possible in your lifetime, but it's possible in your lifetime that you might actually need it. I found that out during COVID. Thank God that I got a wall full of toilet paper in my spare room. You know what I'm saying? I got a whole. It's more valuable than you think. So if you got spare money, if you can knock some stuff off of a list here and there, you ain't got to go get this stuff all at once. There's no reason for you to go get all this stuff at once. If you want bulk, you just check a box here and there and make sure you got reserves. That's what it's all about, y'all.
Yeah,
reserves.
This is the perfect title for this segment, though. Doomsday Survival, because everything on here is all about survival, baby.
Man, it is.
Yeah.
All right. Any last thoughts on this? Anything here? Any questions? Because I'm glad to answer anything y'all might want to ask. Might not be able to answer, but I'll try.
No, nothing. No questions for me. I'd be looking to, and we've done some of this. We've touched some of this stuff in earlier episodes, much like Triple I just alluded to. But I would be looking to automate and grow as much of this as possible. You know what I mean? The fruits, the veggies, that stuff. I would try to grow. I'd try to figure out some sort of way to get that myself. Maybe you do the Matt Eber.
What are you doing freeze dry?
I'm glad you mentioned that because this is the next thing.
No, there you go. Right.
Well, what you do there, you go to your raised beds, you grow your fruits and your veggies, then you freeze dry them, vacuum seal them, and now you don't need canned. You have, the bags of these, and it's going to be lighter to transport, fresher, more nutritious, and you know where they came from.
See, and then you take advice from, take a page out of the Matt Eberflus book, and you become a beekeeper as well, and you keep some bees, you get your own honey out that situation, and you're straight. Now you got your own sweetener. You don't have to worry about sugar. If you need to sweeten up something, away you go. Or, if you're in the Canadian North or the Northern United States, you tap up some trees, man. Get yourself some maple syrup. Had to throw the Canadian out there. But you know what I'm saying? This is the type of stuff that you can do to stay straight. The alcohol situation as well. If you're able to grow your own fruit and vegetables, potentially you could also distill your own liquor.
Mm-hmm. Do some fermenting and distilling.
That's true.
Damn straight. Make some shine, baby. Get shined up. Get some potato vodka.
Moonshine.
And now you can drink that and use it as fuel.
That's right. You double up. You get some moonshine. Get some potato vodka. You are you're doing it up.
Moonshine when we looking at a phrase garden bed. I just don't know.
I don't know.
Well, it's not part of it because that's where the potatoes come from.
That's right.
Well, okay. Let me explain here. I didn't know what the value of a raised garden bed, because that structure you see this kid walking past, or whatever that person is walking past, is a structure that's up and off the ground. You have to build that.
Yep.
So I didn't know personally what the value is in spending all that time making these garden beds until I went to Georgia. Until I lived in Georgia, and I realized how not very fertile the soil is.
Yeah, the soil there's clay rich. It's not necessarily
red stuff.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the best for.
Well, D lives there, so it's probably best to let him talk about that one now.
I mean, yeah, they right on point in Georgia, but the thing about Georgia red clay, you still, it's not everywhere. You still can find spots to cultivate. People do it here all the time. I know in my own personal backyard, if I wanted to, I could start a garden in my backyard with no problem.
Huh? You got black dirt back there?
Yeah. Yeah. Like the red clay is only in specific areas. It's not everywhere.
Really?
I just see black dirt the whole time I was down there.
Yeah, I got black dirt.
Crazy. I mean, I've only spent some time. I drove through Georgia. I spent a day in Savannah, and it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Just how vivid and red that earth was.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, each region is different.
Mm.
You know, each region of Georgia is different. And Savannah is more like they have like an island vibe down that way, you know, because it's right there close to the water. So it's a little different. It's a little different there than it is here in the city.
Hey, do you want to hear something funny?
Go for it.
My homegirl Tasha was living down there before I did.
Mm-hmm.
And when she knew I was coming down there, she wanted me to bring some dirt with me. And I was like, what is you tripping about? I got all this shit I got to bring down here. I'm moving down here. I need some dirt down here. She wanted to do a garden back there. And she made me I had to bring I had to get buckets, literally get buckets. I had to get 15, 20 buckets, I think it was, and threw them in my U-Haul just for her, man. And just because of where she was living at. She lives over there by the college in DeKalb County. I'm trying to remember what that college is. And she works there. What's the college in DeKalb County? That's
Georgia Perimeter?
You know, damn, what is it? Anyway, she works over there in the college. I just can't think of what that college is, man. But yeah, I had to bring dirt down there for her. But that's why I know there's value to raise plant beds for certain people. Like I also asked somebody that was doing a raised plant bed that wasn't in Georgia. They was more up towards
Wait, I'm sorry, no man. She stayed by Agnes Scott.
No, what's the
Indicator?
Yeah,
Kennesaw State.
That's not Decatur. That's past Marietta. That's in Kennesaw.
It's another college over there.
Let me see.
It's
Indicator?
Right off of Decatur. I don't know if it's exactly indicated, but it's right over there in that area.
Because I know the one in the heart of Decatur is Agnes Scott. That's an all girl. That's all girls school.
This is university.
Then you got Georgia Perimeter.
That ain't it. I can't think. It's right there at the tip of my tongue.
Well, what y'all think of it, and one of y'all Google it about these raised beds. Nomad mentioned 5-gallon buckets, which are used. You can like grow a whole mess of potatoes in there, white potatoes, and other subterranean growing things. But we're looking at on the screen here this whole room of beds that could be simply a wood frame out that are big plastic moving tubs, like the big totes, and then you drill a hole in them for drainage, and then you fill them up with your materials, your soil, your fertilizer, and your seeds, and then you just line them up next to each other. And so you're growing in your own soil. This is none of this is under the earth. So it's contained from, pests and predators. And you also, if you look at the it looks like he's in a biodome, actually, a greenhouse.
Yeah,
but you can set that up in your own backyard, with plastic material. And if you can get your hand on a solar panel or two, you doing wonders that you can do in there year round. So this can be a year-round thing, even if you have in a winter environment like you kids. If you insulate it good enough and have it's like if you throw a hydroponic tank in there as well that we discussed previously on an episode, that will add heat to the structure. And so there are many ways that you can incorporate your garden and beds for your fruits and vegetables within your space with the hydroponics, with your cooking living space, and many of the things we've discussed before.
So if you don't have a structure like this is a dome. I seen the big picture. This is a dome structure. Basically, it's a domed PVC looking, but it's got steel piping in it. But it's basically a greenhouse, but just built like a dome. It's got several different things in it. And so my advice to anybody that might be looking at this as something interesting, this does you no good if you don't have a greenhouse or something over it. You just wasted your time. You might as well just dig in the ground and make your plants and stuff there and just work with it. But don't even think about a raised flower bed or plant bed unless you have something to cover it up, greenhouse of some type. And so also one other thing that I did learn about this is, talking to some farmers, near me, not too far from me. And I was just like, Doug, I cannot raise cabbage. He's like, what are you using to, get rid of the bugs? And I'm telling him what I'm using. He's like, have you tried raised flower beds? And I was just like, why would I do that? And I got good dirt. He's just like, man, you know how many zillions of bugs are in that? And if you don't have the right stuff to combat that, and some of the good stuff costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
Which is why farmers don't really have bug problems with their products. And so
that's interesting, man, because then now you don't have to spray this shit down with pesticides and stuff, man. You just basically separate.
Now you gotta watch for them rodents though, because they gonna get in there.
Well, that's what helps with it being in the tubs, that underneath they can't do nothing, so they got to come up top, to cause any damage or chew on any of the vegetation. And by then you should have your own countermeasures in place, let's say. But also Nomad mentioned PVC piping, and that stuff is just like building boards, because it's tall, it's durable, you can fit it together, like an erector set. You can drill holes in it, and it can put over your beds, and it can be a water sprinkler area that you have for aeration and all that stuff.
Also,
so PVC piping can be from the foundation to supporting your tarp, to keep it all protected. So yeah, that's some very good material to build with and work with.
Very pliable too. To get the right length of PVC, depending on how wide you want that space to be. If you get the right length of PVC, you can bend that thing over in the arch. And yeah, I'll show you guys all that in a week or so.
Well, no, there is no such thing as getting the right length, because all you do is get a length and a saw, and then you got the right length, and a tape measure.
If you don't want to have to do all that cutting, you make sure you get the right length, so you don't have to, because it will break. Now, don't get me wrong, shit will break.
But that's why it's very important that you do a lot of the prepping of this actual building yourself, and don't just like hire a company to do it, because things will break. And if it's that time, you're not going to be able to call a repairman to come in and fix it. So you're going to have some knowledge on how to fix it. And if that means, well, you get, a crap ton of 12-foot PVC piping, but you only need a couple 2-foot pieces, that means you need to know how to measure, cut, and cut with a saw the piping, how to fix the ends, how to fix them together, and how to maneuver what you want to build, because anything and everything that you want to build is going to be different dimensions, different sizes, different lengths, so different weights, because the PVC piping comes in different thicknesses, which has different strengths. So if you decide you want to build something, you can design it and cut it out and glue it up yourself.
Part 2 of this, I'm going to get into some designs that you can do cheaply made. Like somebody I know to spend about like $175 for all the material to do a PVC structure that you can. I mean, it's pretty big for what she got out of it. I'll show you some designs, man, that'll help with that for people that's interested in it. Kids, I know you over there spinning, because this kind of thing, you like aquaponics, but this kind of thing kind of attracts you because you live in Canada and you need a structure, right?
Well, because of the frigid nature of where I live, you always have to sort of, take that into consideration, which is really where the whole hydro / aquaponics idea came from for me, right? I would want to, I want to get into this type of stuff to a certain extent and have access to, again, fruits and vegetables on a regular basis that I'm growing myself. Doing it in the winter or doing it seasonally in that respect is not really a possibility for me. You know what I mean? It's that effing cold outside. It just is. So you got to do it inside, got to find a way to do it in a covered case scenario. These types of fruit, like most fruits and vegetables, kind of there's a set temperature that you want to keep things at, man. You kind of want to keep things at a certain degree to make sure that things grow effectively.
Or do you know the temperature for freezing? As far as Fahrenheit goes,
32.
32 Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius. It's a little bit. I can't remember what there's like an optimal. There's an optimal degree. It's beyond. It's well before freezing. You don't want these plants to get to freezing temperature.
Yeah, you don't want to get them a frost, and frost is like 40 something.
Yeah,
30, low 30 something. But also think about Nomad and everybody else. Shipping containers, those are plentiful. They're in excess, and they're reasonably priced. And you can put them any place. And inside, you can retrofit them to customize for whatever you need. So you can have insulation. You can have solar panels on top. You can have grow lights on the inside. So in one shipping container, you can have a garden, your grow room, because that is now a room.
That's going to turn into a whole other segment that we need to do, because I know what you're talking about. I've seen those. But here's the last thing before we get out of this. Any thoughts about, because I'm a garden guru, man. If you didn't know, D, I do gardening every freaking year. I got a big garden outside my house
He's Nomad's Black Jesus.
I'm all about natural things, and as we start to get a little older, I try to encourage everybody to consider it. At least if you got some space in your yard, man, you probably should, start considering what can I do to make sure I have greens, you know what I mean, or whatever it is. And to that point about freezing, when you get to 32 degrees Celsius, there's a lot of people that I know right here locally that will leave their collard greens in the dirt all the way until freezing. They looking for that frost. You know why? The old people tell us that when they get that frost on them, those greens are going to be sweet when you pull them out of there. So there's a lot of people that like that, that last, harvest of the year, let that frost get on, then they go pull them greens out. Just a little old people told me that. So, all right. Any last things on here before we switch sides here?
Nope.
All right.
Cool stuff.
No, because I think it would be a good idea, though, to bring all of the old pictures that you've made from everything that we discussed, from the go bags to all the graphics that you made, and just like put them up like as we talk about this stuff.
Yeah, I need a lot more space in here for that.
Well, just rotate them or something, but just reuse them some kind of way.
Well, we'll use them in shorts and different things like that. I just haven't pulled those shows up. We will. Trust me. You got shorts out there now. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you've been checking, but you got some stuff out there.
Well, I'm adorable, so I should.
No, you ain't. All right. So we've been D, you new to this stuff, but we've been keeping an eye on. Have you heard about 3-Eye Atlas?
Nope.
Oh, that's a whole thing. Well, we'll get into it after this, man. But let me go and pull this up right quick. So D, just because you ain't been here and you don't know what this is all about, what I'm gonna do is just play this video. I'm gonna share my screen with y'all, and we'll just fill in the blanks afterwards. Give me a second. I'll find it. And one of the things we talked about the last time we had 3i Atlas conversation here is where it's at. It's located behind the sun. It's what they call is they're calling it an asteroid, but people aren't sure about exactly what this thing is, because what we were looking for, kids and trips, was if this thing starts to accelerate or pick up speed or pick up momentum, there's nothing out there that would help or facilitate it picking up momentum. So what the word is that if it picks up momentum, most people in this community that study this stuff, they're feeling like it's motivated, that thrust or whatever it is making it go faster ain't natural. So we'll just start there. I'm gonna play this video right quick, but I'm gonna put an overlay over it so that we don't get in no trouble. I'm gonna go to, give me a second so I can get to it. And I'm gonna play this video for you guys. Give me a second. It's not that long.
2 weeks ago, I realized the arrival direction of 3i Atlas was within 9 degrees of the WOW signal that was detected in 1977, which was an enigmatic, powerful radio signal that definitely came from outside of this Earth. We don't know from where. It was coming from a source that was approaching the sun.
Wait a minute, fellas. I think I might got the wrong damn video. Hold on. I think I got the wrong video here. Looking for something else. Hold on. I messed up. All right, here it is.
Avi Loeb does, that NASA is keeping critical evidence about 3i Atlas, observings of UFOs. He claims, Avi Loeb does, that NASA is keeping critical evidence about 3i Atlas away from public view. Professor Avi Loeb joins me now. What's NASA potentially hiding about 3i Atlas?
Well, on October 2nd, 3i Atlas came closest to Mars, within 30 million kilometers, and the high-res camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter took several images of it. These are the highest resolution images we have. 3 times better in spatial resolution, about 30 kilometers per pixel, compared to the previous best image, which was the Hubble Space Telescope image. And that was a day after the government shutdown took over NASA, and we haven't gotten the data. And my point is that the politics of the day should not sabotage science. They have the data. They should share it with scientists. They can wait with any press release. But for the scientists to analyze the data, that would serve an important purpose of helping us design the future observations of this object. I should also say that the news yesterday was that this object came closest to the sun, and it received a huge amount of heat from the sun. And the latest report indicates that it became extremely bright, much more than expected.
For the record, this video he was interviewed October 31st, which is Halloween. So this is when the news came out. Like, I think that day while we was doing the show, actually we wasn't doing the show, so we did it a little bit earlier. So just for the record, this came out October 31st.
Expected for familiar comets.
What does that tell you?
Well, that is not the most unusual fact. It actually is bluer than the sun. And a blue color usually indicates very high temperatures if the light is emitted by some hot surface. But the sun is 5,800 degrees Kelvin above absolute zero, and it's very difficult to keep a surface hotter than that. In fact, an object at the distance of 3i Atlas from the sun could only be 20 times cooler than the sun, so it should be redder. And any dust.
But so what does that mean, Avi? What does that mean if it's hotter than the sun?
We have another anomaly. The object is bluer than the sun, which we don't fully understand. And as of a few hours ago, the first hint for a non-gravitational acceleration, meaning something is affecting its trajectory beyond gravity.
Did y'all hear that part?
Yeah.
Yeah. something is affecting its speed beyond gravity. It's an anomaly. Let's keep going.
Was indicated. And so what I'm telling you is that there are new facts about this object that make it even more interesting than it was before. You know, before we knew it moves in the plane of the planets with a very small likelihood. Then we realized that it's very massive, about 1 million times more massive than the first interstellar object, Oumuamua. And then there was nickel with very little iron detected around it, the way we find in industrial production of nickel alloys. And then there was a jet from it towards the sun that was also anomalous. And then there was polarization from it that was never seen before for comets. So there are all these indications.
Bottom line, there's a lot that is making you continue to be very intrigued, a lot about this thing that makes it look like it might be something not quite natural, but we don't know yet. Avi Loeb, come back once we get that NASA image. And also, I'd love to hear more from you about why you think maybe we all originated on Mars, but we'll leave that to another night. Avi Loeb.
All right. So listen, real quick. I'm only giving the updates on this subject. I'm done with what I think is or is not. I'm done with that. We're gonna just see. And that's the update we have, and that's the latest update. And so what I would say before I pull this down and get us back on the screen is in another week or so, another week, maybe two, that object will emerge from around the sun and it will be completely visible, and all the clarity that we're looking for hopefully will be out there. It's probably going to have to come from another country that runs another agency, because our government is shut down. They were just talking about that there. Because we have a government shutdown, NASA won't release any of the images. So you got that going on, but there's absolutely an anomaly going on. You guys heard that? This guy runs the program that, just put it this way, this guy is very, very qualified to be talking about this stuff, and I am not. And so that's why I prefer to let this guy talk about it instead of me. D, you new to the show. What did you think about what you just heard?
Interesting. I mean, you know, I'm not too much. This is not my area of expertise, but listen, I'm willing to learn, you know what I'm saying, what I don't know. But this is interesting, you know. Anything that I don't think this particular object can harm us or anything like that. I don't think it's coming that close, but like you said, it will be in some type of visibility. But we probably have to be on a foreign land somewhere, because wasn't this first discovered in Chile or something like that?
Yeah, Chilean astronomer first spotted it. Yeah. This is what people were talking about beforehand. We were just talking about this a week or so ago. If this thing has any kind of acceleration or deceleration, that's when they're gonna have the indication that there's an anomaly here. This ain't normal. And that has happened now. Now, before anybody says anything else, there are other scientists that aren't Avi Loeb that says, okay, this object, because of the speed it's going really, 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 really fast. It could have parts of it that can break off and turn into gas and do different things. So because of how fast it's going, that can, I guess, lighten the comet. I don't know, and make it accelerate a little bit more. But you know, I don't know what I feel about that. It's interesting. Kid, you leaning in. What's happening?
He's muted.
Nothing special, man. Go ahead, Trip.
Yeah, it's still the possibilities are gonna happen. It's gonna go on by at the same rate. It's gonna slow down, it's gonna speed up, or it's gonna stop. We'll find out in a couple weeks. But the interesting thing is, there's government shutdown, and that convenient. But,
wow, that was really what I was exactly what I was gonna say. Like how coincidental is it?
Leave the politics alone. We just have a government shutdown.
But
nobody's talking about no politics. I'm just saying
it's shut down right now. When we don't know what the hell's barreling at us through space, now is the time when you would want things like, I don't know, the government open to have their big telescopes looking at what's going on to analyze it, as opposed to not. So that. And then
So
so it's like, this is gonna get interesting as now there's there's always been a clock on it, but as the time gets nearer and closer, we'll see if it just is just another anomaly that's just gonna fly on by. It's like, oh, this is what that was. Interesting, cool. Or it's gonna be like, our overlords are back to claim us. But it was kind of foul that the interviewer there, the news chick, gave him that shotting part about being from Mars. It's like that's not something you want to go out on,
yeah, she was a jerk.
right?
Damn. I would just like to say NASA is not the most like reliable organization. That's all I gotta say. That's it. You would think that they'd be on top of this and really like, hey, like, let's dig in. Like, what's going on in space? Nothing. You know what I mean? Under normal pretense, ain't shit going on in space. Oh shit, something's going on in space.
So
Hello, NASA. This is all about you. Your time to shine, NASA. You go. You know what I mean? You get at it and you get us that information. Well, we found some shit, but like we ain't gonna tell nobody about it. Shh. Oh snap! Government shutdown. Perfect reason for us not to say anything about it. Just a little bit of a, NASA.
Right. One more thing before we get ready to get out of here. This is courtesy of Scrolls. All I want to say is, Scrolls, I appreciate you for putting me up on this, man, because I had no clue about this guy. I had no clue about his story. But before we get ready to get into this, I got to tell you, Scrolls, this shit is crazy as F. If I ever seen a story or heard a story that was this is wild. I'm just going to tell you right now. And what I'm going to do is play a video and put an overlay over it and let you guys determine what it is from the other side of it. But I'll color in some blanks, man. But let me do this real quick. Let me share my screen. Hold on. Stop that one first. Share this one. This is a very wild story. I'm just telling you guys right now. We take it for face value at first as we listening to it, because it's going to be new to pretty much everybody here. But give me a second. All right, here we go. Let's overlay over it. We're gonna let it play, and we'll color it in at the end.
The Dulce base battle. A pistol cracks twice. Then a cobalt beam slices flesh like wet paper. It's the moment that haunts Dulce base. That's the story Phil Schneider claimed got 66 Americans killed, and nearly took him too. August 1979, Dulce, New Mexico. Schneider, a government engineer, says he was expanding a deep underground base when the drill punched into something unexpected. The shaft exhaled a cloud of sulfur and ozone, worse than the worst garbage can imaginable, he recalled. Concealing a Vulture PPK, Schneider rode the cage down with a team of Green Berets. The elevator hit bottom. Headlamps cut through the dark. A 7-foot-tall, gray-skinned alien figure stepped forward. Schneider fired. 2 shapes collapsed. A third raised its hand. A sizzling blue beam flashed, vaporizing Schneider's fingers, collapsing one lung, melting his boot to the floor. A soldier shoved him into the lift, hit the switch, and died, taking the next hit. Schneider said the final body count was 66 Americans, seismographs registering a 6-second tremor nobody can explain. According to Schneider, Washington already knew the Greys were there. The 1954 Greada Treaty, signed by President Eisenhower, he claimed, traded human abductions for alien tech. The Mesa, he argued, was merely Wing C of a complex the large Greys had occupied for centuries.
So in case y'all didn't catch it, this incident took place in 1976 on an army base in Dulce, New Mexico, which is part of the Los Alamos lab in New Mexico. So basically, this is talking about there's a base out there, a big base, and they were making an underground base. And during that process of trying to make the underground base, they made a discovery. And this is part of that story. I'll fill it in a little bit later.
The numbers stunned even believers. 131 underground facilities, $1.023 trillion in black budget spending every 2 years. High-speed magneto-leviton trains connected the bases at Mach 2 using an alien alloy called corbomite that could survive 10 million degrees Fahrenheit. Schneider believed the breach was a tragic billion-dollar accident. But at the exact same time, another man was watching the sky, and he said it was a deliberate act of war. Physicist Paul Benowitz, tracking strange lights over nearby Kirtland Air Force Base, intercepted signals he believed were alien. His theory was darker. The 1979 firefight wasn't a construction mistake. It was a failed assault, a bot special forces raid to free human hostages after a weapons deal went bad. He later drafted Project Beta, a rescue plan for captives he claimed were floating in vats, and sent hand-drawn tunnel maps to U.S. senators. The official response wasn't a denial, it was sabotage. Air Force counterintelligence officer Richard Doty later admitted he was ordered to feed Benowitz forged documents, a flood of disinformation designed to break him. But this creates a paradox. Why spend millions to professionally gaslight a civilian witness, unless that witness was getting dangerously close to the truth? The campaign destroyed Benowitz's health, but it backfired, cementing the very legend they tried to bury. Schneider went public in the mid-90s, waving shards of what he called Element 140.
When he said he's going, it's only about a minute or so left. He went, actually a minute. He went public in somewhere around 95, 96, not too far before his unaliving. However that happened, they say it was a natural cause unaliving. There's a lot of evidence that says that it was self-unaliving. I seen the pictures. I don't know. We got 1 minute of this left, man. We'll fill it in.
Warning of 9 hostile species and a 2029 plan to, quote, cull 7/8 of humanity. In January 1996, he was found strangled with surgical tubing. Despite conflicting evidence, it was ruled self-inflicted. His supporters disagree. Today,
one last thing, that surgical tubing they talk about was self-strangulation. That was a catheter. His catheter. And when you see the photos of it, it's the tires in the front. And he's laying on his own wheelchair, face down into a wheelchair with the tie on the front. Just we're about to finish this up.
Dulcie holds an annual UFO summit at a local casino. Ranchers still report lights gliding over Archuleta Mesa. And the elevator cage, supposedly, is still sealed in concrete. What did they really find in the dark? And who goes down next?
That's about it. Real quick, let me take this down and put this up so people can get a visual of who this guy was. Let me stop the screen a second so people can see who exactly the guy was, man. So you can, it's always good to put a visual up there. Give me a second. Let me find it. This is him right here. This is him. What I would advise you guys to do, because there's not an amount of me talking and I'm just not learning about this incident that can really fill in the blanks quite the way. There's a documentary on Amazon Prime, and this is what you need to be looking for. The title is right there on the bottom. It's called The Underground Director's Cut. It's on Amazon Prime. I advise you all, if you're interested in this topic and you don't know about it, go pick this. If you don't have Amazon Prime, you can probably find it on YouTube. I'm sure it's a video out on this. But this is a very, let's just say, compelling documentary on it. It's deep. I just say that, man. I would just say that. It's extremely deep. Go ahead, guys.
I'm gonna check it out just for conversational purposes. You know what I'm saying? Like UFOs and all this paranormal stuff, you know what I'm saying? It really ain't my thing, but you know, for the sake of education and conversation. I'll definitely check it out.
So let me give a little bit of details about who Phil Schneider was. Phil Schneider is basically, let me get, I got a bunch of bullet points here, but I do encourage you guys to just go look at this. I'm gonna fill this in the best I can. So he spent 17 years in black budget operations for the government as a government geologist, structural engineer, and with aerospace applications techniques that come with that. What that means to everybody, basically, if you need somebody to build something, you need a geologist with a structural engineering background, right? They bring this guy in. He comes in there in 1976. They taking all kinds of big, powerful tools and they drilling big boreholes to start the ventilation process of what this underground base is going to be. So they got to drill four big old holes using nuclear technology to blast open some of the dirt and all this kind of stuff that's underneath the rock under there just to get this thing going. So they're putting tools, big, huge tools down in there to drill through this rock and sediment and all this stuff. And all of a sudden, all the tools are starting to come back broken. And they want to know why are we putting this stuff down there? It's all coming back messed up. It ain't the material that they're running into, because he knows exactly what the material is. And so they're just like, it's not the material. We got to see what else is down there. So they go down there. And by the way, in this encampment where they got this stuff set up, this job site set up, Phil Schneider notices that they have like multitudes of Green Berets and Black Berets on the site. That's abnormal. What are you doing with basically unalivers here on the site? Why are they here? So he noticed that was off in the first place. And so here they go, getting dropped in these holes to find out what's obstructing these tools from getting through, because they're trying to go like 3 or 4 miles deep, and something is stopping them. And so they get down there, and the story goes, he runs into a 7-foot gray alien, and a firefight starts. And at the end of it, he gets hit. And he's got pictures out there that shows the damage done to him and 66 other U.S. Marines or Green Berets or whatever they are unalive down there.
Dang.
All this stuff is supposedly classified. He's working on these black budget operations for the U.S. government. And let me tell you something about black government operations for the U.S. government. Since 1996, I bet you guys didn't know this, there's been more than a total of $8.5 trillion spent on black budget operations within the U.S. government, within the Pentagon, that people can't talk about. That's highly classified and people can't discuss. They can't touch it. And that was as of a couple, 2, 3, 4 years ago. Who knows what that number is today? And they can't audit this stuff. It's not like you can send in accountants and different people to go in there. You can't audit that stuff. They're going to lie and tell you, get your ass out of here before you get hurt. And so that's why, as crazy as this story gets, that part of it is real. Me and Kez were talking about how governments are very, very secretive, and there's a whole lot going on within governments that we don't know about as regular citizens. Yeah. That's a very big part of what this story is. Any questions, any thoughts about what you just heard and seen?
Now, I believe that about the government. Yeah, and some things on that is highly, highly classified. Because I work on certain government planes, and I've worked in government facilities like the CDC to the point where it's places where you can't even bring your phone into. And if you caught taking pictures, they're gonna take your phone. You'll never get it back. Things of that nature. So when it comes down to things like this, dealing with people from the other kind, you can believe it. When it comes down to the government protecting things that they don't want out.
I don't doubt it at all, but I've just always been of the mind, it's like, do I believe that it's highly likely that the government, of all countries hide things from their citizen? Fuck yeah. Is it likely that aliens are above and possibly below us? Sure. Anybody who can corroborate or verify that information, has come up, not coming up anymore. They, sleeping with the fishes. They sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah, see,
So,
you know
what I mean?
Can I
So
just-
it's like there is no verification.
Before you finish, Trick, let me throw another nugget out there. Part of the story, and I again encourage you guys to go watch this on the screen right there. Go watch the Underground Director's Cut on Amazon Prime. Listen, in that in some of his discussions, he says that there are 11 known species of extraterrestrial life down on Earth. And he says 9 of them are aggressive, 2 of them are benevolent. That's something you're going to learn when you go watch this documentary. And there's more to it than this. It's just a 50-minute documentary, by the way, but there's much more to it. He was part of a website that he's got a lot of writings and some different things that he did that I haven't got my hands on yet, but I know of them. So a lot of stuff out there. His father was part of the Philadelphia experiment. If anybody didn't know anything about that, I suggest you Google that too. This is somewhere around World War II. And so there's a lot to this story. And I can go on and on about this for the next hour, but I just want to get you guys' thoughts. Any thoughts, questions before we close this out?
Yeah, now I truly believe it's certain things that the government should keep from us, man. Like stuff like this, we do a good job of coming up and passing out misinformation out on our own, man. Dealing with something like this, I'm fine not knowing about it as long as it's not, what I'm saying, in my area.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm standing more to the point. Even if you know about it, what are you gonna do? I mean, all right. So it's been down there this long. It's like, oh shit, we just found out. Okay, so what that mean? I ain't got to go to work in the morning. The kids ain't got to go to school, and does that mean now we are living in a pre doomsday scenario world now, closer than ever? So now it's like, oh damn, now I got to go to Costco and get some of these supplies. What do you do with this information? And other than it's like, oh cool, there's stuff going on bigger than me. I still got stuff to do.
Let me tell you something else to layer into this conversation. Scrolls, I only took that comment down because you said a certain word. I can say this one with confidence. So Phil Snyder's dad was a German, and he was part of the Third Reich without saying the N word. He was part of that.
Negro? I miss.
And the U.S. government knew fully what he was involved in, but his expertise, he was an expert engine. He was an expert machinist, and also the same thing that Phil was a geologist and a structural engineer. So they brought him in to basically he's going to design the Philadelphia project structurally. And whatever they did with technology inside that, he set it up. And later on, when he passed, Phil took over, had to go in his basement, and he found files down there. And that's all out there for the world to see. The actual documents, nothing fudged, nothing. It's classified material that he took home. Just for the record.
Well,
all right. Not trying to be funny, but where does this fall in line of like the Bigfoots and all this other stuff that's out here? What people claim that's out here? 2
different universes.
Yeah, so I can address that a little bit. So like there is just general phenomena that we're not privy to and don't have an answer to, like the Loch Ness monster, like like Bigfoot. The reality here is that things like that do not fly in the face of secular life, and I'm saying it that way for a specific reason. I'm saying like that's the difference, right? So it's on a bit of a different tier. So trying to understand whether these things are real, fake, whether the government themselves has an actual idea as to whether they're real and or fake, whether the government itself is doing its damnedest to ensure that the people have no idea whether they're real or fake. Those are the questions to be asked, right? So that I'll kind of leave it there. I don't see the value, and Trip kind of leaned towards this a little bit. I don't see the value. Like, I do see the value. Fuck. I do see the value. So the only value that can be gleaned from not telling the people about the existence of something like this is straight up general control. And when I say general control, I mean, if you knew that these things were in place and that there were 7-foot grays under the ground, you probably wouldn't wake up and go to the office tomorrow. You probably wouldn't grind and get the job done for your employer the way you did the day before, the day after you found out about this. This lifts the veil of, it lifts the veil of meanderance that we all have to go through on a daily basis. Like, hey, I gotta go pay the light bill. Like, real talk, the light bill don't mean shit if at any given time grays could crawl up out the ground and murk us. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying.
Well, let me throw this in there, kids. Also, that's not being said in there. In some of the reporting and in some of this story, it says that there's a trade-off of human for experimentation purposes for technology, and they're trying to reverse the technology and figure out how the hell they're doing this stuff. Number one. Number two is a part in there that says that some of these beings eat off of like our glandular excretes, like adrenal gland, things like that. And they use this to make whatever they make for food. This is wild. When I say this is crazy, this is wild. I mean, extremely wild. And there's also, and just to close this out, in this documentary, he says the words, and this video, that video of Phil Snyder, you will see in this documentary, was made in 1996. He said in the year 2029 that they plan to come above the earth and cull 7/8 of the population in 2029.
And do what to the population?
I'm going to say the word cull. And that means unalive.
So it's gonna be on some I am legend type stuff
to thin out the herd. That's the word. So I was just say I encourage you to go look at it and take what.
All right, so that means so for the next 4 years, kids in the United States, that means y'all got to go to work. Kids got to go to school.
My kids are grown.
I'm nothing on that.
Grown.
But I mean, it's like, okay, so it's like, oh, cool. So we got to look forward to a few weeks for the TR-808 in space, and now we got 2029 for the mole alien people to come up and thin the herd. Nice.
So real quick before we finish up, I don't know if it was whoever it was. I seen kids respond to somebody. Was it Minister Charles that mentioned Cooper? What's his name? Bill Cooper. A story I heard about a long time ago. That's deep. That's extreme. That's even more deep than this. And I don't know that we're gonna have time to get. That's like a book read. You can't really.
Oh, you don't. We can do an episode right now on Bill Cooper. We do it whenever you want. I know. I'm like a student. Bill Cooper is the reason why I am the person I am with respect to conspiracy and things of these natures.
If you request it, we can do it. But I'm gonna let you do a lot of narrating, bro. It ain't gonna be me,
bro. Did any of y'all watch X-Files back in the day?
Couldn't do it.
Yeah, Mueller and Smolders, Moldy and Mueller.
I still watch an episode here and there.
So Fox Mulder is the character. Fox Mulder is based loosely on William Cooper. William Cooper's a real one. probably the realest. So real.
This ain't that far from the. This
so
ain't that.
real.
This ain't that much difference, kids. I'm trying to tell you, this is real, just like Bill Cooper.
You're talking about Phil Snyder?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to tell you.
So no, I'm hearing what you're saying. Bill Cooper is he shares the same fate as Phil Snyder at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But what he did.
He shot himself or something.
Well, no, they shot him, and there's a reason why, and we could get into that, but that's a whole show. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely an episode. We can save that for next week Wednesday. But his part of why I'm kind of like meh on the aliens thing is because of Bill. Bill Cooper started out as like this type of guy. He started out, and this is like really what I'll talk about, and we can move on. He started out as an aliens conspiracy theorist because of the information that was being fed to him initially at his desk as a member of the armed forces. He had a desk job in the armed forces. He kind of moved his way up. And he was being fed all types of wonky information that he was trying to keep for himself. Sometimes he'd photocopy it and, put it here, put it there, and save it. But for the most part, there was a lot of paranormal information was coming across his desk. At the end of the day, Bill Cooper kind of postulated that maybe some of this information is being planted to throw me off the scent of certain things. And he eventually moved into Mr. Mayhem. You know your stuff, brother. You know what I'm saying? So Mr. Mayhem, Bill moved away from the whole paranormal thing, recognizing that certain information was being withheld.
Yeah, he got to more worldly topics.
Yeah, he moved he moved away from it, and he got a bit more direct. And what's funny to me, and Mr. Mayhem just layered it into the chat a little bit there, is the dichotomy between him and Alex Jones. Alex Jones, who I'm sure you guys are all familiar with, is a guy that Bill Cooper had absolutely zero trust in. They had beef. So for the last 20 years,
he was hijacking his shit.
It was less.
This is gonna get carried away.
Like, hijack, but more of a straight up beef. But anyways,
I'm gonna set it up for you if you want to do it. If you want to do it, I'll set the table for you. Yeah, no, for sure. I've let you do your thing. At some point, Minister Charles sort of threw it in there. He threw two names in there. There's a third one there's two more that I would suggest as we're talking. So Minister Charles mentioned George Orwell. He mentioned William Cooper. The other two names that I would suggest having knowledge of would be Robert Anton Wilson. You suggesting this to me?
Huh?
You suggesting this to me?
I'm suggesting this to the listening public. No, I'm not telling you what to do. You know what I mean? I'm suggesting this to the.
I'm just trying to figure out if you're saying it to me or everybody.
No. I'm saying this to anyone who's willing to listen. And I would also suggest Aldous Huxley. Those would be the four people that I would suggest that folks take a minute, research, read, watch, and get an understanding of. Huxley there's a show on Amazon Prime that is loosely based on Aldous Huxley's book, Brave New World. Great book. Great show. Take it for what it's worth. By the way, they made sure there was no season 2 of this show. Because shit gets real in the book. But these are guys that everybody should have a little bit of an understanding of. Robert Anton Wilson, though, the wildest of them all. Oh, you have both. Okay, all right, okay. Yeah.
Go ahead, kid.
I'm just saying, Robert Anton Wilson he opened my mind to something that I thought was make believe when I read it. Bob Lazar. I've read a little bit. Texie Mars. There's other guys, but these four really shaped my understanding of things. And Jesse Ventura is good.
I love that show, man. I wish that shit never went
It's a good show. Jesse, why Jesse's good is just because he's got balls of steel. He's a wrestler. Nobody's gonna fight him. You know what I mean? So he'll just go into a situation and loud mouth it. But Robert Anton Wilson, big name. Not a lot of people have read his stuff. The reason why I'm saying this is there's something in his writings that I thought was make believe. I thought he made it up and was being facetious or misleading. Only to live 20 plus years later and look at it and be like, holy smokes, people are talking about this general idea today. It might be for real. And if it is, it's for real, and it's just crazy. So by all means, check out those four guys: Robert Anton Wilson, William Cooper, George Orwell, and Aldous Huxley. Last thing to say about Cooper: if you ever get your hands on his book,
Behold the Pale Horse,
that's the book. Not supposed to say that on online. Just people, they will search you later, D. they will check you out later on. I'm just saying, if you didn't get the opportunity to check it out in your younger age, that book has
heard of it.
That book has been completely doctored.
Well,
since his death, it is a completely different book.
Kids, before, because I can tell you got game.
That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Saying, I can tell you got game, and this I just poked open something there. I tell you what, man. What we'll do is I don't know how much further I can get into. I know it's more to the story with Phil Snyder. Let's just say, as I start researching it a little bit more and get even more information on it, maybe it's a part 2 for this, but for sure. The next part of this conversation should be probably William Cooper, and we'll let Kez narrate that story as he chooses. But this is dope stuff. If you like paranormal and you just like your mind tend to like, I mean, if you're curious to know some of the things that you probably shouldn't know, this is definitely the kind of stuff you want to get into. So I just say this, man. If you like this kind of content, show us some support on on this channel, Kids of Canuck, and on Sports Shop Chicago Style, because we're streaming on all 3 places. And also, what's your channel, D?
Chicago Sports Podcast.
Show some love. They ain't doing none of that shit over there, but we
ain't doing it over there.
Yeah,
but
man.
Hey, listen, nevertheless, man, I'm gonna check it out. I mean, because I like thought-provoking things, man. I like learning new stuff, and like I said, the whole alien thing has never been, you know what I'm saying? I'm usually nothing on that type of stuff, but just for the sake of conversation and just to be educated on it, I'll check it out for sure.
It's definitely, I'd say, I ain't gonna say fun is the right way to put it. Sometimes
interesting.
It's very interesting, man.
Yeah, very
interesting, man. It's a whole genre out there. There's people around the world that love this kind of stuff.
I know. About it. I work with a few.
All right, man. Let's do this, man. Before we get out of here, give out some pleasantries, starting with kids. Before we close this thing down, we've been here almost 4 hours.
Yeah, I got a major big business meeting at 9 a.m. Eastern, so let's shut this situation down. Yeah, check out those names I left in the chat, y'all, for the homies. Where's Valkorian? Valkorian jumped in here somewhere, man. Garrus Valkorian jumped in. Shout out to you, Garrus. Check out those names. Shout out to Quatu. Check out those names. I might as well address this very, very simply. Chat was a little bit weird tonight. Crimson, big shout out to you. Thanks for holding it down and taking care of business. Message to Don. I'm not sure if you should have been banned here today, but we'll try and get you back in, Don Burr. Again,
Don, the real Don Burr, man.
What's that? It wasn't the real Don Burr. It was fake Don Burr?
Fake Don Burr.
Now you got it. That makes perfect sense now. That makes perfect sense. Because the real Don Burr was in here a couple of nights ago saying Chris Foster's wilding. So I don't know what's going on with Chris. Chris believes he can jump in the chat and cuss up and down and just be disrespectful to the community that's here and the community that we've built. That's not cool at all, Chris. Not in the least. We pay you as much respect as we can. You've been here over time. You have run ruckshot in the chat most of the time, and we've kind of allowed you to do so. And we will continue to allow you to do so if you could be cool. There's no reason to cuss or throw direct insults at the panel here, the show, what we're trying to do, or Crimson himself. Crimson is a contributor to what we do, and that's why Crimson has the wrench. It's really simple. Got nothing to do with you. It wasn't a personal shot at you or all 16 of your accounts.
If you probably don't know, watching those chats, and they're at it in other places that ain't got nothing to do with here. And since he's a moderator here, they want to give him hell and the channel hell. That's what that is.
And that's and my understanding is very likely the vast majority of those accounts are all Chris.
Yeah, he's a wild dude, man.
There's I'm sure maybe one or two are actually other people, but clearly
Robbie was in here too.
That's what I'm saying. But Robbie may be under the impression that those 7 accounts are actually real people. And I don't blame Ravi in that case, right? So Ravi and TB17, I'm not sure if Ravi exists. I don't know if TB17 exists. If they do, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be flippant.
I saw TB on the TB17 on the field last week throwing a pass to Gizmo. So
it was a nice pass too.
Don't give him too much energy, kid. It's
a nice pass too. I just wanted to address it because we did a great job. I'm actually very proud of the show. I'm just rolling with the punches and allowing Crimson to manage it in the chat, and we basically ignored the whole. There's Quatu. Get my ass to Mars. I will, bro. We will get that. We will get that managed as soon as humanly possible. As soon as NASA builds me a ship, damn it, NASA. Anyways, shout out to Quatu for jumping in, and shout out to Chris Foster for doing what it is he does. I'm not sure. Shout out to Crimson for taking care of business. Shout out to Mr. Mayhem, the Minister Charles Johnson, AC Adam, Levante Rogers, Patrick Higgins. Big ups to you, big time, Patrick. Patrick stopped for a minute and he was like, you know what? This show's just made for me. This is Chicago Bears football, doomsday preppers, conspiracy theories, aliens. I love this. Where was this show all my life? This is basically a loose quote. Shout out to my boy, The Scrolls, always for holding it down with us tonight, as every Wednesday. Shout out to King Jeremy. See, Jeremy, I wasn't mad. Was I mad? Did I get mad today? I wasn't mad today. I did it just for you, Jeremy. Who else is out there? There's a ton of folks out there watching the show and enjoying what we do. Pete Jones.
When you see Patrick Higgins comments, that makes it worth all the work I had to do to make sure this comes off.
Yeah, Patrick, we appreciate you, and thanks for showing love. By all means, become a super no maniac, become a no maniac. We will throw up the graphics so you can do so very, very soon, I'm sure. Steady ServeNet, I'm probably butchering that. Shout out to you as well. Oh man, we didn't really address it, but big shout outs to the Bishop who's now gone. Thanks D Nice for joining us tonight. It was really cool having you on the show. Big ups to our boy Big Samo, who was out there in the chat. We didn't really address it, but always love, my brother. Always love. Shout out to Terrence Williams as well. I did say Levante Rogers. Shout out to King Book, and big shout outs to Cloud Chasers Radio. He's a super maniac. He pays a lot of love to the show and a lot of attention to the show. Had to give him a shout out here today for sure. Big ups to Smitty Q as well. El Wapa 77, shout out to him. There's one more account I wanted to give a little bit of love to. Wow, Mr. 87 Goodyear, shout out to you too. Chris Kelly, shout out. There's one more account I wanted to give some love to before we got the heck out of Dodge. Let me find it now.
Forgive me for putting that background up. I forgot to do it while we was doing this shit. So,
okay.
I put some work in for that one.
It's a cool background. I like it. I can't find. Oh, shout out to Melon Smasher as well. Big ups and Hawkeye. Good, big shouts to you. Modi Sodi, shout outs to you. Haven't seen you in the chat. By all means, join up, become a No Maniac. And for some reason, I can't find this last.
There's your man Beldar.
Beldar jumped in. Shout out to Beldar Conehead, man. Big ups to Beldar. Mass quantities indeed, brother. I wish I had some more booze. This is a fine time as any for mass quantities. That being said, hey, let's call it a day. It's another Wednesday night. It's another episode of Extra Sauce, and we appreciate all the love you guys brought in the chat, as well as the general comments right here from the panel. D Nice, what did you got to say, brother?
Hey man, listen, thank you guys for having me on, man. I really appreciate it. It's always fun when I come on and chop it up with you fellas. Trips, brother, happy belated birthday to you, man. I hope you enjoyed every moment. It's been real, man. Love being on here talking good football and everything else. Y'all have furthered my interest in UFOs and other conspiracy theories, so I'm going to do a little bit more homework so I can be prepared next time. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. Shout out to y'all and shout out to everybody watching, man. Peace and love.
Appreciate you, dog.
Well, right on. And I got kids, I need you to holler at your people up there at the Crown Royal factory, since I know they're right around your way. Because I got my purple bag, right?
Oh, you got the purple bag.
And then
multi-purpose now. You put your.
Then I got the orange bag.
You got the orange bag too. Damn.
And then I had a green bag, but I misplaced it some kind of way.
Oh man, they do.
Also, if I don't do this real quick, I'm gonna have problems.
Hello, this is Chef Trips. Please join us on the last Wednesday of every month on the Nomad Network for the show Some Extra Sauce for my live cooking segment, MFR in the Kitchen, where we make inexpensive but tasty foods that will be beautiful. And I look forward to seeing you there. Oh yeah, good looks, because Chef Trips, he's a diva. He's a diva. But yeah, I need my green bag, and I need the Crown Royal people to call up the Nomad Network and get those sponsorships going. You know, Sports Chicago, or if they got to go through at Kids or Canuck, however they got to go through to get in touch. You know, because I think the Extra Sauce show is a perfect opportunity for us to be sipping on their products while we discuss the Bears, while we discuss things of the stars or below the earth or whatever we're discussing. We can be sipping at the same time because we all grown up in here, and that's what we can do. So Crown Royal people, holla at your boy.
You hear that, Crown Royal?
I'm Canadian.
I'll go pick it up.
We got to get some money, people. And I believe this. First of all, let me say thank you to D. I know you didn't expect this thing to go for 4 hours, and I appreciate you for staying, man.
That's all good, man.
You could have been anywhere, man, but you hung around, man.
Yeah.
You hung around. I appreciate you and Bishop for being here, but I want you to come as much as you want to come and be a part of the conversation, man, because I do really appreciate you being here. I think I speak for everybody.
Yes, hey, I appreciate it, man. But yeah, I had knee surgery, man. So I ain't on nobody's job or anything like that. So I ain't got nothing but time most of, you know what I'm saying, for the most part. I'm just sitting up here, you know what I'm saying, healing up.
And
So
get right.
yeah, anytime you want me on and I'm available, I love to come on here, man. You guys keep it, you guys keep it going, man. Fun time, fun time.
No, it's extremely fun for me, man. This is something I look forward to every week, D. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It's the one show that we do, and I think we're right there. We're getting ready to, I feel like we're getting ready to poke out, man. And it's just some things that need to happen, some little nuanced things, but I'm telling you, and for everybody that's watching the show right now, if you really enjoy the content, well, you know we're gonna do bears regardless. You know that. That's just what we do that's our prime time shit. But if you really want to see us stretch the game out a little bit and bring you more extra content because this is extra sauce, just do that. Just do this. That's it. And that tells me everything I need to know. We need to do more content like that. So anybody that's listening, anybody that enjoys this show, I encourage you to share it with people that you think would enjoy this stuff. So that's the key right there. Share it with people who you think will enjoy this shit because you think we're just scratching the surface with this kind of stuff. We'll take it. And the show Kez is going to do probably next week. If I can get everything I need for that show, that's going to definitely open up some eyes there because it's a hell of a conversation to be had when you start mentioning the name William Cooper. I'm just telling you that right now. A hell of a conversation. I'm just telling you, it's deep. So I just appreciate you all for being here and spending 4 hours with us without flinching, man. And I just love you all for being supporters of what we do on this channel, supporting some extra sauce and everything else we do. And again, thank you, D. Thank you to Bishop for being here and you hanging out with us for all this time. This was special, man. So I just appreciate you all, and I want to leave you all with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are